Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is the slayer of Simps, the crusher of Commies, and the lover of liberty, Mr. Eric July. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. Again, man, appreciate you having me on. Certainly, man. I don't think I've been here yet. I know we've had you on our channel, but I don't think I've been here, man. So obviously it's a long time overdue, man. So I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get you on the show forever. And then I go through these phases. I don't know if you do this, but I go through these phases where it's like, I know I should book guests, but it's like that extra bit of work.
Yeah.
And you're like, I got to talk to this guy, but oh my God, booking people means I got to send a DM, which sounds easy, but you know how it gets.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad to have you. And I'm especially glad to have you this week following a series of pummelings that's been happening out there that I want to touch on a little bit.
Yeah.
I watched your interaction, your cordial conversation with Jody, where you tried to give him health advice, and he met with all sorts of nonsense, as people do when their doctor tells them stuff they don't like.
Yeah.
He responded with a bunch of nonsense, but I didn't get to watch. You had a follow-up stream with the amazing Lucas, which was, I looked at it and I'm like 5.5 hours or something, or 4.5 or 5.5. It was
up
long.
there, and I wouldn't recommend people sit there and watch that. Just because it was a lot of circular argument, kind of dealing with the person that I was arguing with, and I wouldn't recommend anybody do that. Just look at the summary. It went about as what most people would have expected, but just look at the summary and call it. I guess it was one of those things like you had to be there to see it that made it make more sense that it was that long, but that would be a rough watch for someone to try to just sit through after the fact 4.5 hours of circular arguments.
Well, I will actually be putting it on my menu. It may take me a couple days to get through it, but I'm going to do it because I was watching your show the other day, and I was like, this was not an argument show. This is just you talking. I was like, this dude says all the things that I think. Like you're out here just saying exactly what I think about family, about liberty, about building your own things. And so like with all of that combined, I really wanted to get you on
for sure,
and have a conversation about this stuff. And so we're going to do that as we go. But real quick, I got a preview for next week, guys. Monday, we will have Larry Correa on. We're going to be talking about gun rights. We're going to be talking about escapism and creation and, I've been feeling too many black pills, Eric.
Oh no.
You know about because it's like you watch the news, you watch this and everything's like depressing and bad. And I was like, and I feel like I'm the drug dealer. Like I'm out here just giving black pills out to people. Like, no, we need some inspiring conversations with good people who are building shit, because I think that that men need to be building shit.
100% agreed.
So we're going to have Larry Correa on Monday. And that will be the preview, working on Pippa Pipkin interview, which is not in the realm of men building shit, but is in the realm of hilarious conversations. I just have to actually get on a Discord call with her management, and then we'll be working on that as well. Plus more to come. There's some updates and lawsuits that we'll be covering as well. There's an update in the Vic suit. Don't get your hopes up, or, don't get like high expectations for the update. It's very basic and nothing from the court itself. There's just a new thing that happened. And also Preston Poulter is being sued by his first lawyers for non-payment, which is a comedy show all in and of itself. So we'll be talking about all that in the coming weeks as well. But tonight we are here for Young Ripa, Eric July, a man who has been tearing up YouTube for years now.
Yeah.
But really, though, we gotta go right into this.
Yeah, let's do it.
How much of your success do you owe to Jody's Corner?
Zero.
I mean, come on.
All right, I'll
cap. No cap. You can't zero. You're on this man's show all the time. You're out here.
I know, right? See, I'll say this. I'm not oblivious to it. The monetize, because we do our segments generally when we go get in a debate or a dispute with someone, it's called Monetize Your Haters, right? That's our playlist.
Absolutely.
And generally those are always my most watched videos, like streams, more so, most interactive streams. And I think it's just because people like obviously seeing me dunk on folks that really underestimate my intelligence, but more so overestimate theirs. And we see a lot of that certainly in the YouTube space, which we've certainly learned. So it's always fun, I guess, to engage every now and then with someone that really talked themselves into a corner. I think with a lot of these guys, it's like, well, I don't think he's going to respond, or I don't think he's going to engage. So they try to take it as far as they think they can take it. And unfortunately, it gets to a point to where I'm like, all right, well, how about this? We just have a live discussion about this. And they're totally unprepared for those discussions. But they work out for me. They generally work out for me. I suffer no loss because of it. I only gain subscribers. And generally, if we have like another YouTube, which we've seen, we've been looking at those social blades of the couple of guys that we've had disputes with, and they've lost hundreds, another one 1,000 subs out of that because, yeah, they made themselves look like fools. And it's totally unavoidable. So that's the part that I don't understand, because, I'm one of those guys. I only talk about what it is that I know. So I speak in the essence of what I have been very knowledgeable on. So if I talk about, in the political realm and the economic realm, this is stuff I study. This is stuff that I really know. The comic book realm, this is stuff that, I have a big knowledge base for. So you're gonna, no matter who it is, hard pressed to try to like outwit me in that regards, especially to a person that probably is doing a lot of theatric stuff for the audience, and that never works out, man. And
I went to business school.
Yeah,
I went to business school. I took business classes.
Yeah, and you can't have employees with an LLC.
No, it's impossible to have employees with an LLC. Just ask anybody who has one.
Yeah, exactly.
Go up to a guy. You got an LLC? Yeah, you got any employees? Well, no, damn. I can't do it. Government,
exactly.
Can't have that. Which was such a weird point, because I was with you the whole time. Like I figured that you probably had contractors, because that's typically how you work in the social media space, because we're so disconnected from people, and like you don't have like a building people come to and all that stuff. So employees is kind of weird, especially in entertainment in general.
Yeah,
employees is kind of weird. So you have these contractors that you work for. So I'm following and I'm tracking along with that. And this guy's like, you don't have employees. And I'm like, well, I mean, he probably has contractors. I get the whole pay thing. But then he's like, you got an LLC. And I was like, you don't realize that you can have employees with an LLC still. Like, that's okay.
Yeah. It's not anything that's preventing me from certainly doing that. Because again, to be fair, like we do have one. I have one, and everybody knows is I have one like legitimate full-time employee, because like, I don't have enough time in the day to edit all my videos, handle uploads and all that. So he does, my bandmate, Brian. He have that, but everybody else is obviously doing contract, work and stuff. They get to it when they get to it. It's kind of per, we reassess it every few months or whatever, but they're contractors. But yeah, that was one of the bizarre things that I picked up on. And it just goes to show this guy, he was completely out of his wit when he mentioned that, because he was so fixated on trying to dunk on me that he would contradict himself if it meant thinking that he was taking it to me. So that was his grasp for straw. It's like, well, I know you don't have these guys because you have an LLC. And I'm like, what is stopping me from having employees, having an nothing is, what are you talking about? So it was a guy that was just completely out of his wit, talking about stuff he just simply wasn't knowledgeable on.
Yeah, it was wild, man. I'm sitting there watching it, and the first thing, this is what so believe me, I love to monetize haters, right? I love to do that. But at the same time, I will sit there and just like, I don't want to do the internet debate
Yeah,
thing
me
because
too. I feel you.
it's profitable and it's fun in hindsight, but when you're in the moment, it's like I would rather have discussions with people than these dunk sessions. Like, because
Yes.
I can look for an opening to make fun of you, to knock whatever. Like, if you stumble through a concept, I can do that and I can do it okay. But it's like kind of a chore, and you're talking to someone that you don't really want to talk to at
Right.
that point. And so I'm not a big fan of the hostility, but it's like sometimes you got to have a little fun with it. But
Yeah, every now and
that dude seemed to want it the whole time. And I think there's such issues of scale that and I thought you were approaching it really nicely, because it's like, look, man, because you're like, look, how many subs do you have? He's like 60,000, which is great.
then. Yeah.
Cool. You built that. You're doing great. That's a huge leap up from the overwhelming majority of people on YouTube. But as things scale up, like, you just cannot. And 60,000, you've got like 440
50,
or
yeah,
something.
almost 4, yeah, I think a little over 450, man, right there,
Yeah,
yeah.
and it's like, as you scale up, it's like, you cannot keep up with this. I'm dying, like,
Yeah.
because I'm trying, and I'm like, I'm right on the cusp where I have to get a social media manager.
Yep.
Because I miss too many things. I miss too many emails. I miss all this stuff, and it's like I can't do this anymore with just me. And I shouldn't have been doing it just me as long as I have. But
Yeah.
at 60,000, I had no problem doing it.
Right.
It's just a whole different world. And you like try to politely state that, and you don't want to sound like a dick,
Exactly.
right? Piddly little channel, because you don't, because we were all
We were
there,
there at some point, yeah.
and it's like, but you just don't understand the difference until you see how things ramp up, because it goes like this. It's not a nice linear line.
Yeah.
But
It happens fast, man. It happens fast, and that's what he, I was trying to break down that to him, and I even asked him. I asked him an honest question. I said, "Do you really think that, whether it be in the celebrity space, all of these people are managing their own social media sites, or on social media, like they're the only ones posting from it?" And he said yes, and I was like,
who do you think
naive,
is
man.
taking Kim Kardashian's pictures?
Yeah.
They're not selfies. Her arm isn't in it. It's a professional camera from a ways away. Someone is being her voice.
Yeah.
He brought up, either he or you brought up Kanye. It's like,
Yeah.
of course Kanye has people working tweets for him. Even if he's just walking and saying, hey man, tweet this out. This is funny.
Yeah.
I got this idea. Tweet it out. But of course, and what you were saying, anything promotional, you're promoting the show, that's coming from, when you've got just a tweet that's your own voice and your own thought, that's there. But promotional tweets for the thing, that's what you hire someone to do.
Exactly.
It's their job is to come up with the log line of the clip, put the clip out there, and draw eyes to the video.
Yep. 100%.
And this dude has no idea.
It was over his head, like that concept even being a thing. And I guess it speaks to that because he has only 60,000 subs, so he can't envision a world where that happens. And I think a lot of people,
he's from LA.
yeah,
Yeah, dude, homeless people in LA have social media managers.
That's very true.
Every barista has an agent. What are we talking about?
That's very true. It was really no excuse for him to not understand that. But it was even for me hearing him say that, because I asked him, I'm like, there's no way that he thinks this, right? And he said, yeah. And I was like, man, this guy's naive, man, for that matter, because he's trying to make something out of nothing. Like, yeah, I do my show because people need to understand, or rather he needed to understand, like, this isn't all obviously that I do. So I do my daily show, but I'm at Blaze. I got other obligations. I literally don't have enough time to sit there and do a show, take a segment from the show, edit it, upload it, and then I don't have time to then post about it. I literally don't have time to do that because I'm already moving on to something else. So yeah, I have guys on my team that handle specifically that. I have a guy on my team that handles specifically the posts that are being, that I'm trying to send traffic to the video, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. That's not even abnormal. But to this guy, it was like foul. Like, oh, someone else has your voice. He was saying something along those lines. And I'm like,
yeah,
no, they're just posting things about my video.
It's an ad. It's an ad tweet.
Yeah,
What do you want?
It's not a big deal.
Oh man, I was that was just it was all good. It was all good. I can't wait for you to take a sip of water. I'm gonna hammer your ass into the ground.
I already got a fresh
Oh, you got that nervous hydration going.
nervous hydration going, bottle straight from the source. I'm gonna take a sip right now because I'm nervous. I'm live with Nick Ricada, and it makes me very nervous. So I'm gonna take a nervous sip real quick.
I know it's very intimidating being on this show.
It
very,
is.
very intimidating.
It certainly is. So make sure a
But-
drink, I guess, calm my nerves or something.
But I know the struggle on the editing thing because Smollett got his sentence yesterday, and I was on a live stream with a bunch of lawyers for a while. I had to go get my kid, and so I was live streaming while driving, which I'm sure is legal. I checked, and I get to I'm sitting in the parking lot waiting to pick up my kid, and Smollett's sentence finally comes in. So then I'm like, all right, guys, peace. And I had to go right away. My kid gets in the car, and he got in the car right before I ended, but he gets in the car. So we drive home. I go straight home and I pull up the video because I knew there was some stuff I wanted to talk about. And I clip out this one segment. I throw it in Premiere. I chop it up into this thing. I make 2 clips. One's like 25 seconds and one's like a minute. And they're of the same thing. And so I'm like, okay. And I put that out, and then I record a video real quick to talk about his sentencing, and I put it up. Like the 3rd fucking comment I get is quartering beat you to it. And I'm like, you motherfucker. you can't be fast enough.
Yeah.
You can't be fast enough.
That's true. That's why you have to have, that's why you gotta have people that are on deck to help with that, and this is the, definitely when you're playing the algorithm game with this sort of site, you got to be quick on the draw with a lot of this stuff. And, when you're trying to maximize your viewership, you want to get eyes on that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it just makes all the sense in the world to have people that, and there's obviously no shame in that, to have people that are on your team that are helping with that. I take pride in the fact that I was able to employ my own, bandmate, you know what I mean? To be able to say, you can walk out from the side gig, if we need to get up here and go on a tour, we go do that. But, you have something that's stable here and helping me with the edits and stuff. I take pride in that. That's something that I love that I was in a position to be able to do. But, I think for the most part with that guy, as with other folks, it's like they see me. And I know you've experienced, a lot of people in our space experience that, see us as, okay, people that have seen meteoric growth, and we have influence. That is really what it ultimately boils down, influence. So even if they can't necessarily debate us on a topic matter in terms of actually pointing out some sort of issues or what it is that we say, they feel the need. And we've had so many of our sector of that sector of the internet that we've had on our channel, or rather I go to their show and I just record because I'm not stupid enough to jump on their channel without having a recording on my side.
Well, it's a good thing you did too.
Right, because it could have been taken misconstrued in whatever way they did it, but that was the reason why I did that. But I do that stuff, and these guys are more so like, okay, I don't like him or some of the things that he might say. I can't necessarily debate him on those, but I want to try to humiliate him because he has, I guess it's more so he's doing with his platform something that I wouldn't do in the event that I had it. So, or they had it, so look, it's, I posted the other day, I like a lot of these guys' channel, like the guys that I debated, with the Jody cat, like, he's not seeing any growth, to be fair. Like, I think his time's passed. People have kind of seen through that. I'm like, dude, using me to try to revive your like dead channel or mundane channel is just not the move, man. And obviously the audience has seen that because he's bleeding subscribers right at this point. I know he's done another video about me since that whole deal, and people are notified me. I'm like, my work is done, man. Like he took his L. It's one of those things like, I win, you got to get knocked down and all of that. And you got to work your way back up the chain to get another title shot. It's not how it works. You don't get to get it back to back like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I love that. I have a right to your platform type thing. Well, you don't. Well, then I'll make fun of you online. Go ahead. Like, that's cool. I don't really care. If that's your prerogative. But I will say he made $20 off that show with you though. Because I super chatted him tonight.
Oh, you did?
And I was gonna send kind of a mean one, but I decided not to because I never met him, and I was like, that seems like it seems a little dogpiley. But I asked him a question, and I wanted an answer, and he kind of breezed past it. It made me really disappointed. I said, "What was worse for the black community, Jussie Smollett or the welfare state?" And he kind of dodged the question. And so after your debate with him, you talked a lot about kind of the state of the black community, mainly because I think mainly because this guy brought it up.
Yes.
But
Yes, most definitely.
but so I was hoping you could help me out with that discussion.
Will do.
Who is more damaging, or what is more damaging to the black community right now in 2022? Jussie Smollett falsifying hate crimes against himself for being black and I guess for being gay, but it seemed like most of it was around him being black personally. I mean, he had the fake noose and the MAGA country stuff and the bleach, or the welfare state. What is more destructive?
Welfare state, and it's not even close. Obviously, because the welfare state, namely, and this is what I talked about after the fact, did what even slavery couldn't do regarding the black community, and that was destroy the black family.
Right.
And this is something that I take to heart, like seriously. Like, this is a subject matter that I've talked about definitely before people knew me for the comic book stuff. I would really dive into this topic matter. So really, I took exception once I was getting the information. As for those that didn't see that in context, it started off with this whole I came up in the hood and this is all this other nonsense. So he leads.
This is what real black men do: is hire their homies from the hood.
Yeah, exactly.
Implying that you're not a real black man.
Exactly. Bingo. That's exactly what it was. And
I already knew that, though.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you voted for Biden. So you ain't black.
I ain't black. That's true. It's very true. It's very true. So I can't be. I literally cannot be black. But like, my thing with that, and the hilarious thing about really all of it, was he leads with this whole, okay, there's some sort of racial issue and I'm having some internal struggle because I'm black and I don't have the opinions that he thinks it's appropriate for me to have. And so for people that listen to the discussion, which was very important after that debate, after he essentially rage quit on me, it was me finding out that, okay, this is a man that has 2 children, and one being that he just had, and he's not with the mother of either, right, and he just had one. And y'all saw in my debate, he, as a slam to me, he's like, he quote unquote gets more bitches. That's what he said.
Right. Yeah.
And once I put 2 and 2 together, people are like, oh, well, he has 2 kids. He just had this newborn. I'm like, wait a minute. So he is leading with that. And he doesn't even lead by example in his own life of something that we know, objectively speaking, helps black advancement. Let's say that, definitely from a generational sense. In maintaining the black family, you can't even live that. I took exception to him taking the shots that he did, because you're not even like actually living a life that warrants you even really having a position on this subject matter because of your actual actions. Now, for me, I married a black woman. Obviously, despite coming up, he can talk about his hood. I came up in the same unfortunate situation that probably worse, all right, because I used to bang when I grew up. So I probably came from a worse situation. When I hit my fork in the road, thankfully, I took the right spot. But I actually live a life, you know what I mean, that warrants, let's say, advancing black people per se, or my family, right? This is what I strive for. It's not a signal for the internet or theatrics or something, paying lip service or changing an Instagram post to a black box. This is not what it is that we're doing. I actually legitimately live it. So for someone to throw the terms out that he's throwing out and then act like he cares so much about black folks and black advancement and the black experience, for him to live the life that he lives is nonsense. For him to even try to position himself in a way that he can be even mildly critical of anything it is that I'm doing, because you're living a life that is diametrically opposed to, you mentioned a welfare state. It's funny, we get more information. Apparently there's some welfare status issues going on with how he even obtained that quote unquote studio that he has. Apparently there's some Section 8 stuff that's involved in all of that. And I'm like, you're not even living a life that certainly warrants you even having this discussion. So it was a flail. It was a Hail Mary that he was throwing. And unfortunately, a lot of people do that on the internet because it's about optics and theatrics. Everybody's just pro-black, fist in the air, all that sort of stuff. But the life they actually live is diametrically opposed.
And that was evident in how he was conducting himself. I mean, even from the moment he's bringing you on, right before he brings you into the room, he says, "I'm about to bring you this body."
Yep.
Right. Like, oh, I'm going to destroy this dude who I'm inviting onto my show, which is, I actually don't go into discussions like that, even ones that I think might be hostile.
Same here.
Because it's like that. Well, one, what if they win?
Yeah,
then you look really stupid.
You look like a fool. Yeah.
But the thing that got me about, so his answer about the welfare state versus Juicy, he said, well, I'm from 4 generations, or welfare state has sustained me for 4 generations. So that should tell you a whole lot about it. But I would say that he actually, you mentioned that you said your condition may have been even worse when you were growing up. I would say that's true, because we know he didn't grow up hard, because he's never run from bullets in his entire life.
That's a fact. He ain't moved from anything. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. He has not been in a situation where he's had to dodge those and actually get out of dodge because he
not
can't
a
move.
Shred of cardio on that man.
Not at all. Not even close. That's a fact. So we know that much.
Well, I don't want to. Believe it or not, this show is not just to talk about your debate with Jody.
Yeah.
I do want to talk. I want to ask about the debate with Lucas, a little bit about the context of it, mainly because I think Lucas was temporarily really liked by a sector of the internet that has turned completely against him. And I'm not trying to frame it as they turned against him. It might be that he turned against them. I don't know. I know there's some people who feel like Amazing Lucas was a little bit of a chameleon or something.
Yeah.
Or that he's changed, and I don't know if that was what your debate was, but I do want to talk about that. But before we do, I just got to let you know, I was in LA the other day, and I was doing a live show with Dick Masterson and Vito Gesualdi was there, and I saw your thumbnail, and it was the thumbnail said, what was it? It was nobody's on Twitter say my name or something like that.
Yeah, it was like, what does it say? It said like bottom feeding YouTubers mention my name. That's what it was. Yeah.
And there was Vito right on the thumbnail. So I walked up to him. I said, your ass got destroyed by a thumbnail.
Nice.
I was absolutely dying. But
oh man.
Tell me a little bit about this debate with Lucas. I want to get these debates out of the way, kind of get that, front load that, and then move into the discussion about, like, philosophy of freedom, basically, and creation. So, but tell me a little bit about this Lucas debate.
All right. So for starters, the only reason to me this happens, and from what I've picked up, is that previous debate happened. And I'm guessing they may be IRL friends. And maybe he sees it like, okay, well, he didn't do that good of a job, even though he's trying to talk him up in that regards, like, hey, you did a great job, good standing your ground or whatever. It's more like, oh, I can take him. You know what I mean? You couldn't get the job done, I'll take him. That's more so what the approach seemed to be. Now, this guy has had my name in his mouth before. I haven't necessarily acknowledged it, and he's called me, things of the similar nature of assuming that terms that are basically assuming that I'm some sort of fake black person.
Right. Or that you're like a patsy for whites.
Right.
Right. Like you're defending all whites.
Exactly. So that's the angle that before we even entered this, that was the angle that he had. And there's video evidence of him taking those approaches. Now, I do think there was some of a whole, okay, well, again, our sector of the internet, that sector may not be in agreement with, and they will love nothing more than to try to take us down. Though I don't think necessarily he's the best for that, considering what you mentioned before, that his channel has trended in the complete opposite direction. Considering that I think the chameleon aspect, I think, is more accurate.
Sure.
A lot of people looked at him like kind of hopping on that Trump bandwagon when it came through, and then it seemed to be a switch definitely during the summer of love in 2020, and that's why a lot of people kind of jumped off of that. But nonetheless, it all started with our friend Ryan from RK Outpost doing a video 8 minutes or so long about Batman in his review.
Which
And
I don't know how you review a 3-hour monstrosity in 8 minutes.
yeah,
We
kudos
need to
to
talk
him.
to this man.
Yeah, kudos to him to do that, but he did it. And there was a sector of it where people took issue, and the internet more so took issue, let's say Twitter and those guys, because he had said essentially that the white people that were in it were pieces of shit for the most part, aside from Bruce and Alfred. And he's like, that's right on the nose for what Hollywood and kind of what it is they present. He was saying a few kind of black people that were a part of the narrative were all seen as basically morally good. And he felt that was on the nose, and that was something that was done purposefully. Relatively mild. We both know Ryan. That's a relatively mild statement coming certainly from him. But that sector of the internet,
to put it lightly,
to put it lightly, that's mild. It's a mild statement on its own, and it's certainly mild coming from Ryan. But internet took issue with that particular part of it where he mentions that about these morally good whatever. And so that debate that I had with him really about the Jody situation was supposed to start with that. It just never really got addressed. And the same thing with Lucas when I was on, when he had reached out to me, he said, hey, you want to talk about it? It was right after that Jody situation. He's like, once I was like, all right, whatever. And yeah, so it starts off, and the reason why it's, if you listen to it, it seems okay for a period of time because he seemed to go into it like he wanted to go in this big debate about maybe acting as if I was going to speak on behalf of Ryan. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing that because I have no need to do that. But this
will you answer for this? Will you answer for this other person?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's still alive?
Yeah, who's still alive, still doing content.
Why didn't you invite Ryan on?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I have no idea. But they look at my video because me and Ryan obviously are co-host Tuesday Night's Main Event. You've been on there. And, you know, I did a segment in my live show, and we talked about that. We was like, all right, well, this is what people are saying. He's getting death threats and all this. And this was the statement I would say. This is why you can't take really Twitter that seriously, because these people are clearly deranged that they will react this way due to that such mild statement. So I go into it, the dispute, and he's talking about my tweet. And that was supposed to send people to the video. And he was like trying to get me to act as if people are being reasonable for trying to suggest that I am defending some racist or something. And I'm like, at no point will I ever concede that point. I will never operate. I reject the premise. I will never operate as if they are mindful just because they tricked themselves into believing something that wasn't true. I do not owe them the benefit of the doubt to do that, especially when the claim is so egregious. I refuse to do that. But then it seemed like, because he asked initially, is like, oh, you seen? I was like, I haven't seen Batman. And if you actually watch the video and the tweet that you're referencing, I say that I'm not seeing the movie. I didn't want to see the movie. And then he was like, oh, well, I didn't know that. It's like, well, if you want to press play on the video that you know, or the tweet that sends you to the video, if you actually watched it, you would have known that. But then it goes on some tangent about a topic that I talk so much about. So that let me know, all right, this guy was just wanting to argue just for the sake of doing it. So, you know, people that watch my channel know that I talk about what I deem as tokenization all the time, right? And that is that, you know, you deal with these race swaps, gender swaps of characters that have been maybe classically white or classically whatever they were, and they had got changed.
The Holy Crusade against redheads.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's obviously part of it. Hell, after that, it hasn't been maybe 3 days since we done that debate, and yeah, we already got another redhead that has been switched since then, you know. So it's happening at a rapid pace here. And
the latent prejudice against the Irish is back. It's back in full swing.
full swing. And it's, you know, he took issue, I guess, with what I deem, and, you know, it came a semantic argument. And then we argue. This is why I wouldn't recommend anybody watch that long portion of basically he's thinking that from a creative standpoint, it is more difficult. Doesn't make sense. I'm not for people that are watching this isn't me making this argument. This is what the argument that he made, that it is more difficult to basically make a tokenized character that is basically piggybacking off the name, brand, and recognition of a pre-established character. He thinks it's more difficult to actually have some success as opposed to coming up with a completely original character. Now I felt was a nonsensical statement. I even pointed to the sales data that proves that you can have a Spider-Man book. Nobody even knows. Everybody, well, we might think Peter Parker Spider-Man, but Marvel.
Oh no! I'm gonna
right?
get days of hate.
Yes, I know. I know people are gonna get mad at
Who's
that.
Miles Morales?
Yeah, exactly.
Never even heard of him.
who is that guy? Right? But you look at a character like him, because we did mention Miles. Miles had one appearance at the end of I think the series was called Ultimate Fallout. So nobody really knew who this character was. Yet he saw a decent amount of sales because, I don't know, maybe the comic book was called Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah. And little bit.
Yeah, I think that had a little something to do with that.
If you understand branding and how branding works and how brands imprint on people's minds and how the repetition of seeing a brand with the same, it's why trademarks actually matter, and why they're protected and why they're so valuable is because just seeing the same thing over and over means you'll buy it and you'll have a loss tolerance because you're sticky to brands. And that's why subscribers matter on YouTube to us. Even if YouTube doesn't really care so much about subscribers anymore because they're about view time, watch time, and viewers and all that stuff. But we want subscribers because subscribers are sticky, and it's a metric that means that our message will get to these people at least one more time, at least one more time before they click off. And that might be the time that they say, oh yeah, I really do like this thing, and they watch again and again and again, and you build up that brand loyalty. So anybody who would make the argument that it's harder to make a token character work versus an entirely new piece of property that's crazy.
Exactly.
There's a million new properties created literally every day in the world, and less than 100th or 1,000th of a percent of them ever even see a production of some sort, and almost all of those fail. That's why they keep doing it.
There is, I mentioned this. I'm looking at them right now. They're down there in that bottom shelf. There is obviously a book or encyclopedia that both DC and Marvel officially that they've put out. It's huge, both of them. Obviously, there's a bunch of characters. If you read, start from the first page. Most of people that aren't knowledgeable on comic books will never know who those characters are, despite them being original, right? Because they've tried, didn't really catch on or whatever. So the vast majority of them, and that's what I was pointing to, like the fact that even despite nobody knowing who that character ever was, right? Miles, they gave it a chance because he was Spider-Man, and that was somehow attached to a brand that people are familiar with. Some people have grown up, didn't understand, and they'll always give that a chance. And it's a lot more difficult. And I say that being in the creative space, even with like music, trying to convince someone that isn't familiar with, let's say, who it is that we are, that's a lot more difficult if they were more familiar with. It doesn't matter what, this isn't something that's unique to comic books. It's just something that would apply anywhere. However, he was going on thinking that, well, they have to live up to some burden or something, so that makes it more difficult. And I'm like, dude, I can point to the objective metrics of sales that will highlight that even though nobody knew who Miles was, he got a sales, and it may have fell off a cliff, but they reboot him. He gets more initial sales because they will continue to give it the benefit of the doubt. Why? Because it's a brand that's like ingrained. Like Spider-Man is arguably Marvel's most recognizable hero. And that means something. That actually means something. So if you have a tokenized version of that character, people will give it the time of day far before, and it takes a lot more work than having a blank slate and then trying to convince the audience. And like you've mentioned, not even 1,000th of these properties ever really get off the ground like that, because it's very difficult to convince someone that they're not familiar with that, to convince them to get invested in that. Marvel knows that, DC knows that as well. So it was such a bizarre circular argument that we had ended up having in that regards, and it almost sounded like it was more like he wanted to argue just for the sake of arguing. There was some clips that people were sending me, and even a tweet that he had said that, well, the comic book part was a troll or something like that. And it reminded me of that JoJo meme that says, next you'll say you were pretending to be retarded.
Yeah.
Meme. Because I just do think it was more contrarianism. It was more, I'm not really knowledgeable on it. It seemed like even if, as we're discussing it for you guys that watch it, it was like I was giving him information on stuff and he was trying to use that information to make arguments because he wasn't really knowledgeable on how the comic book space works and stuff, or really properties in general like that. And it was just it was a waste for, I would think, for him, because it didn't really benefit him in any regards. But look, man, this is my wheelhouse, man. Like, I talk about this stuff extensively. Good luck trying to outwit me. But it was such a weird argument to argue, because to be fair, I've never heard anybody make that argument that it's more difficult. It's basically easier to have success with an original character as opposed to one jumping off the branding of another. I've literally never heard anybody say that.
Yeah, I don't know how you could make that argument, but whatever. Real quick, I got to give a big shout out to the amazing Lucas and his audience who are watching right now. We're happy to have you here. You can come hang out on Mercado Law anytime. We do all kinds of discussions about law. We do topics about philosophy, typically political philosophies or economic philosophies. We make fun of people. It's all good. And Lucas, man, you have my phone number. Why didn't you just text me? You didn't have to leave a message in the chat that was so salty, buddy. You could have texted me.
Oh, wow.
Not a big deal. I'll let you know, man. I haven't said anything bad about you at all. There are other people who have said that they have no longer followed you because of the perception of the turn that you made sometime in the past couple years, but I don't know anything about that. So I'm not sure what you're mad about, but you do you, buddy. If you want to talk about it sometime, hit me up. Like I said, you literally have my phone number in your phone, I would think, because I have yours. But so I don't know, man. I don't know what you're upset about, but that's cool. If you want to talk shit on your channel, I 100% give you permission to copy this stream, repost whatever you want, clip it, however you want to do it, man. I don't play any stupid games, so you're welcome to it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you ended up having an argument or a discussion that ended up being about tokenization, based off of this Ryan Kinnell sort of thing. But okay, I have not seen the Batman, and I probably won't, because I fucking hate the DC movies, all of them. I'm starting to hate the Marvel movies. I haven't seen any Marvel movies since the last Avengers, but because I just am out of time now for this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard the Batman was 3 hours, and I was like, well, I'll never see. I heard it's kind of good. I heard it's kind of like Seven, or like a detective thriller, but I will probably never sit down for 3 hours and watch this movie. Yeah. But was it tokenizing characters in that movie?
Because all right, so I guess and Brian brought this up. He was like, even though he gave the movie an 8, he still doesn't tolerate the whole, like, there was race swaps between, it's not the first race swap that we've seen a Catwoman, but it is still a race swap. And Jim Gordon is black in this movie
okay.
as well. So so there was some race swaps that he had mentioned. And I guess it kind of stems from that deal. But again, hilariously enough, that wasn't even the reason why.
That wasn't Ryan's criticism.
No, it wasn't really. He even said before that, if you watch the whole review, he was even given, I guess, wasn't it Zoe Kravitz or whatever, he gave her all these props, like he felt like she was a decent Catwoman and all of that. So even for people that were like, well, he docked the movie because of it, or what, it's an 8 out of 10 that he gave it. Like, obviously it didn't impact it that much, if it did. But yeah, for me, that I would obviously had mentioned that, and I had before in my reviews, but I'm kind of off of the DC Marvel thing at these days anyway, so I wouldn't do that. But yeah, that really didn't, it geared into that conversation, because I guess it became a more semantic argument. And then at some point it was, the logic at least was accepted, which is why I don't like to get in the whole semantics thing. It's like, look, dude, define your terms, and this being like the easiest thing that we can do, whether you call it whatever you call it, what it is that we mean. That's more conducive conversation to have, as opposed to arguing like what that term means to you. And we spent probably way too much time trying to dispute the actual term. But yeah, somehow that Ryan situation turned into a long form. But that was actually most of the dispute, was talking about then tokenization and then talking about the impact in terms of the creativity and what's easier versus what is difficult. It really just, again, felt like he just wanted to argue for the sake of doing it.
Sure.
And yeah, if that's what he wanted to do, that's what he wanted to do. But this is something that I've talked about so extensively, certainly before. So there was no way I was going to be able to lose this dispute because I know I'm right on this stuff.
Well, the whole brand, like, again, the tokenization thing is weird because branding is simple. If you want to see it, just look at Mountain Dew. Like, just look at Mountain Dew. It'd be way easier to make, some sort of fruity red. Or it would not be easier to have a successful fruity red soda with, some sort of lemon tang to. I don't even know what the fuck flavors are in Mountain Dew, but Code Red. Mountain Dew Code Red, and then it was Mountain Dew Pitch Black, and then it was Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
And all that, yeah.
They put all these out, and it's like they could just try and recreate Fanta, I guess, if they wanted to start and come up with a whole new branding scheme, a whole new marketing line. It's way more expensive. It takes a ton of creative effort, and you can do a low rent, ham-fisted job on these side products. They'll make a bunch of money. You can prop them up by making them like semi-exclusive or time limited. False scarcity is really effective on that stuff.
Yeah.
And you can do this thing. It's a lot more expensive and takes a lot more work to create a new brand and try and get people to be loyal to it. Yep. So it's a cheesy way out. And the evidence is simple. When you look at Hollywood in any recession, the first thing they do is go to successful properties and re-hit them as many times as possible. Even if it's expensive to re-hit a successful property, they know it's going to succeed again because it was successful before. It's time-honored. It's a very effective way to do things. What they don't do is start going for original scripts that aren't based on books or TV series or something else, because those have way too much risk. And it's the overwhelming likelihood is that the new creative work will not be successful because most works aren't.
Right.
But
simple. That was obviously a lot of the point that I was making, but it wasn't seeming to get through. But I think that's just more of not maybe being knowledgeable on the creative aspect of a lot of that stuff. You know what I mean? It is a very difficult thing. And most properties don't. I don't think people understand the certain amount of creative properties that are created on a day-to-day basis that you may never hear of because they don't necessarily get off the ground. It's a difficult thing, and it does take a lot of creativity to make something that is fresh, new, that necessarily isn't attached to something else, to then become something that people value. That is such a difficult thing to do, not just in the marketing scheme, but just creative wise, considering where we're at and a lot of stuff has been done. So it's not an easy thing. So to ever suggest that is easier than, I don't know, having something that already has a baked in audience.
A formula to excuse it, right? Like all of these properties have some sort of multiverse because they're comic books, and that was they literally created a multiverse to do this.
Yes, exactly. Literally, that's what the point of them were.
And every sci-fi show ever has like a dark dimension that they go to where everybody's characters are swapped. It's fun for the actors and everything. This concept exists in fantasy and sci-fi because the purposes of fantasy and sci-fi are to explore the human condition unconstrained from the present day sort of morality or the present day reality, present day demographics even. Hell, my wife is just big time into Star Trek lately, and she was watching Deep Space Nine tonight, and Ben Sisko goes off on this giant tirade about why he won't help the stupid fake hologram lounge singer because it's in Vegas in 1962 in the hologram, and he's like, that's not a good place for us, that we were not treated right back then. It's like, bro, it's like, you're still worried about 1962 and we're in the year like 2400 now.
Yeah.
Let it go. But his wife comes in and she's like, well, maybe, or his girlfriend or whatever. And she's like, but that's not what it's supposed to be. This is how it could have been. Yeah. Right. And so it was this way to kind of cheekily tell the audience that's what sci-fi is.
Yeah.
And you see that anytime someone goes into the 1930s bar or whatever, and they're like a Romulan or a Ferengi, and they look all fucked up, and they walk in and no one cares. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, try it actually in
Yeah.
FDR's America.
Yeah.
But anyway, like I said, I didn't want to dwell too long on that. I just kind of wanted some background on it,
For
because
sure.
we're not actually here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the real work that that you do, that I try to do a little bit of, and that is build things,
Mm-hmm.
that is talk about family a little bit. And I got to call you out on something.
What's up?
You don't have any kids.
Yeah, I know, right? It's almost like I waited. I wanted to wait till I got married. Me and my wife got married last year.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, appreciate that. Got married last year, and I wanted to, do it the right way. And it's funny going back to, not to dwell on it too much, the first dispute that we had with the guy, the very large man that we had a dispute about. And I talked about this whole, and I think he did a video after the fact, which I'm not watching, but people are telling me that it really took exception to the whole me asking him if he was raised by a single mother.
Oh, I think he was.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's obvious. It's obvious, and because there never was a denial, and I'm pretty sure that was what happened. But it's funny because though I came from a unique situation. I don't know if I've ever talked to you about this, Nick. I know I talked to this about this with my audience a lot. Like, I came from a pretty unique situation. So when I was my mom and dad had me. They were married. Right? They were married.
right.
Came into the world, and I had a relatively good situation considering what that was. At both parents in the household or whatever. So unfortunately, when I was very young, they ended up falling out. Dad kind of got on some weird stuff, and so I went from the rare instance of going from a 2-bedroom house or whatever in a decent situation to a apartment off of Camp Wisdom in South Dallas because I was living with my mother.
Right.
So
yeah.
you can imagine, even from my development, what that experience was. The thing I loved about that, however, is that my mother at no point, despite the falling out with her and my father and getting divorced, she did have me the right way, but she never became like this man-hating person, and she still always emphasize the importance of and the sanctity of obviously the marriage, but the importance that I do that and make sure that I'm obviously, before I bring people into this world, understanding who it is that I'm, shacking up with essentially before we make that leap. And that's something that I took to heart. Now, despite my upbringing, that was something that I absolutely took to heart. And I'm a living example that I listened certainly to that. And yeah, I had some great male figures in terms of my uncles and all that to really see what is a man supposed to look like. But I'm doing things the right way, and it's something that I pride myself in. And we're going to start doing our thing and building our family and all of that. But yeah, I wanted to do it the right way instead of doing it backwards, which unfortunately I've seen so many people do, and it's ruined them. And I certainly don't want to have someone come in the world and have to experience what I had to experience, certainly as a youngster, because that sucked.
Okay, so you were waiting till you got married.
Mm-hmm.
So now here you are. You're married. You got a house. You got like a media empire.
I'm trying.
Successful career. You better get nothing.
Yes, this is where we're at. Like they said, we've got the foundation laid. So this is where it's about to start. You know what I mean? Like now it's about to start. My mother's always talking about this. Like, all right, well, you did it right. Now it's time to give me grandbabies. And I'm like, all right, Mom, I got you. So yeah, that's what we're working towards now. For sure. And yeah, it'll get to happening. We just wanted to lay that foundation first.
No, man, that's awesome. So it's, you may or may not know, who knows? I have 5 kids. I've been married 17 years, 17 and a half now. And I have a friend who comes on the show who is a big time opponent of marriage. He thinks that it's just a death trap for anybody these days. And that's his opinion. Mine is very different from that, has been for a while. But so I always like to see people who are engaging in that family life, because
Yeah.
to me, if you want to influence the next generation, you have to, the only way you can really have any say into it is if you have some say into it. And
That
it's just a
100%.
small part, right? Like it's a ripple, but it's, that's it. I mean, you can try, you could go be a teacher, you could do some of these things and reach into that community of the next generation, sure. But the way to know that you're going to have an impact is to have some kids
No,
and to start raising them in your belief system, whatever
100%.
that may be.
100%.
And so I, of course, am happy to know that you are a freedom-minded individual.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And
That's
I
where
would,
it's at, and that's where this is where it all starts. And I've always looked at it, being this, obviously being this hardcore sort of libertarian, and I look at it like, the last line of defense certainly against the state is the family. And I think this is why it's a lot of direct effort that seems to come from people that are within government to do everything they can to destroy it, because it seems to legitimize not only their existence but their influence. And it's funny, we talked about the welfare state and how that impacted Black families, and kind of it trying to ostracize particularly Black fatherhood and all of that. Like, this is something,
it destroyed it.
yeah,
It destroyed
literally,
Black fatherhood.
yes, it did. 100%, like
And
literally did that.
yeah, because people may not know, but the Black family unit was stronger than the white family unit prior to the welfare state.
Yes,
It had
correct.
a longer longevity of marriages. It had a lower divorce rate. I mean, this it was in a healthy place. There's a whole bunch of other fucked up problems going
Yeah,
on with interactions with the state and maybe with some business owners and stuff like that. Obviously, segregation and Jim Crow was a big deal and a real thing that
absolutely,
happened.
absolutely.
But at the same time, you had this, I don't know, maybe it was more cohesion in the community and not an influence from this destructive element of government.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think this is the proof is kind of in the pudding with that. When you look at going into even the 30s and the 40s, whether you look at like, we know with the state and how it kind of sent its cronies to destroy, whether it be Black Wall Street and all that. But you saw, despite all of that, the legacy of what slavery was, you saw such rapid like advancement to people. When you look at the Frederick Douglasses of the world, and going into Booker T. Washington's and all of that, like you look at how during those eras, it was such a fast, rapid pace of success, and you look at Black wealth, certainly generationally, it was in a much better spot then. And then you get into be it going into FDR after that, and going into like welfare statism, going into the 50s and the 60s, and that influence, it really removed the Black father or Black family or Black father from the family, but just the sanctity of family, Black families was utterly destroyed in that regards. And now you have an instance where, X amount of, babies being born out of wedlock, Black babies being born out of wedlock. And this is something that should not be undermined. And I think that it is, unfortunately, because I look at it like this. If I am going to, and this was the point that I had made in the previous disputes, if I'm going to have any say in any sort of, be it something that's actionable, something that I could point to, like I am doing, not something that I'm talking, not something I'm trying to do as far as influence upon other people, really the thing that I can do, and piggybacking off your previous position, is that I have to live that. You know what I mean? I legitimately have to live that. That is a lifestyle that I can't speak into existence. That is something that I literally have to lead by example, which is why I'm going about it in the way certainly that I'm going about it, because I do want to, and hopefully that influence people see those examples and that influence future generations. And this is something that is very, very important, because as definitely Black communities or Black people got away from that, you saw kind of worse off instances, despite us having more economic mobility in this day and age than we obviously my parents had, or even my my grandparents and all of them had. And you look at it, it all goes back to, well, even after, like, the great Thomas Sowell mentions this all the time. It's like you got to understand that welfare state did what even slavery could not do. Black people went through slavery and still came out of that valuing the sanctity of marriage. welfare state did what even slavery could not do in breaking that up. And that's a very important thing to note.
Well, I think it's akin in a way to Christianity, because what you see is that in Western countries that are and this is we're gonna go back, like, let's turn the clock back to like 2014, so we can get away from a lot of this stuff. But when you look at westernized countries, Western democracies and stuff, you see Christianity heavy on a decline because it's largely untouched, and it's not like taboo or anything like that. And so anybody can walk in the door, be a Christian. Where you see heavy growth of Christianity at that time is you're looking at places like China, you're looking in the Korean Peninsula, Japan, and you'll see these boosts where Christianity is not a dominant sort of force. Right. And even places where it has particularly some restriction, it's experiencing explosive growth because Christianity is it is a liberation style theology. I really hate using that term of words because there is actually liberation theology and it's not that. Yeah. Like that was the Obama church with Jeremiah Wright, but it is it's a story of a people who are coming through oppression from the Jews in the Old Testament through New Testament Christianity under Rome. Yeah. And so it's kind of, its message resonates with people under pressure. And I think there's a lot of that too, as an analog to the Black community, where when government's against you, when the dominant society's against you, you pull in and stay close to who you are. And so you build these strong family bonds because at the end of the day, the smallest minority is the individual, but the smallest government is the family.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you get these little individual family units that build tight bonds because you may not have anyone else. Yeah. And so I think once that was opened up and they provided a way that incentivized 100%. Single motherhood, that incentivized this sort of rampant behavior, and also probably overly policed Black men and over incarcerated Black men. So then 100%. You're destroying the family and you're taking men off the market at the same time.
Yep.
And it just was a recipe for just shredding the family in this nasty, horrific way.
Right.
And what we're left with now is, you hear Jesse Lee Peterson talk about it.
Yeah.
And you got like three quarters of African-American babies are born out of wedlock.
Yep.
And
that's
it's like,
a staggering number, man. That is,
it's unfathomable.
Yeah, exactly. And again, in comparison to, even just a generation ago, it wasn't like that. It was something that happened so fast, man. In that, like you mentioned, and that's the part that I think that people lose sight of, is why the welfare state is evil as it is. I know people that look at it for the surface level and they're like, well, it's designed to help these people who are in need and all of that. They don't look at that aspect of this is how the welfare state works, or welfare really in general, is that it says that so as long as you fail, we're going to provide you with this, and that. The minute you get above this line, which is often arbitrary, but you get above this line, we're stripping all of that away from you. You no longer can have access to it or whatever. So it literally incentivizes you to make, really what it does is it incentivizes bad behavior, is essentially what it does. And that's what's happened. And that's why you got the result upon what you have now, which, to that stat, which is again staggering. That's how it happened. When you incentivize people to do things that are destructive, essentially self-destructive, and a lot of these self-inflicted wounds, then you're going to get a generation that doesn't value some of these concepts and all these other problems. And like you mentioned, you look at things that were government caused, that doesn't help the issue. And that's the frustrating thing when you talk definitely to like the modern authoritarian left. Good luck trying to get them to realize the state's involvement, even on these actual racial-based issues. They all look at it like, well, it's white supremacy. It's all these other things. Like, I would even challenge during the era of Jim Crow. Like, people forget that was something that was state sanctioned. Like, you look at, a lot of people forget. Like,
why is it like I'm listening to myself talk.
I
What
know,
the hell
right?
is happening
I
here?
know, right? I know, right? But you look at, there's a case, for those of you who don't know, Plessy versus Ferguson.
Yep.
Homo Plessy, he was basically I believe he's actually mixed race.
Yeah,
But
he was only he was at most an eighth black.
yeah,
And he
right,
was white passing. I mean, he
right.
looked like a white
White
guy.
person, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
you get the story of Homer Plessy. And I remember learning about this when I was younger, but then learning about it more, there was very important thing that a lot of people left out, because you look at it like, well, guy is not supposed to supposedly be on these box cars because whites were separate from the colors. But the point of history that seemed to got lost was that the Louisiana boxcar company was originally against the law that required them to do that. They
Yeah.
campaigned against it. So you had the separate boxcar act, I think was the name of the law that was in question there. And it literally said that regardless of what you want to do as a business owner, because they're looking at it from an economic standpoint, and a lot of people were, it's like, why on earth would I purchase all these new boxcars to try to separate the white people from the colored people when I could just have them on the same boxcar and there's no problem?
Right.
But the state said, no, you must separate them. So they were against it for economic reasons. But that's the part of history that seems to get left out, that even in regards to these, like, I'm not saying that there weren't private business owners that were racist. I'm saying there were a lot of them that were not, that didn't care for that, because money's green. They didn't give a crap about any of that, but they were forced.
Well, even if they are racist,
right?
Even if they are racist, they're like, well, yeah, but I'll take their money.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, because I'm racist. Like, I hate white people, but I'll take their money all day.
All day long. All day long. Exactly. So it's like the power of that. Like, unfortunately, people don't seem to. Definitely a lot of these modern like organizations and people that like to theme themselves these sort of civil rights leaders of social justice leave all of that out. And I honestly think this is why a lot of people, when trying to resolve a lot of these issues, first look to the state and how they could utilize that to basically impose their whatever will on the people to try to get them to change where it is that they are fundamentally. This is what having this conversation often gets me in trouble, because I talk about the Civil Rights Act all the time, and how that was an anti-property rights law or something like that.
This is where I was going to steer the conversation this way, because I wanted to talk to you about. I mean, you brought up the really, really important point that segregation was a state-imposed thing. Sure, there were a lot of the populace that were all for it, and that's fine, but it was still state-imposed, and it was a law that was passed in these states that made this happen.
Yep.
And going back to Plessy, I'm not sure if the train company was in on it, but all of Plessy, people don't necessarily know, it was all a setup.
Right.
The whole situation to bring that man before the Supreme Court, to bring a white guy before the Supreme Court and say, this is the black guy they removed from the car. That was the whole point of it.
Right.
And the Supreme Court still made the worst decision.
Yeah.
Because they messed that up. But I think the train car company may have been in on it. If they weren't, it was like they picked that train company because of their position. Like, they engineered that case to have no potential hiccups. It was supposed to be a straight path to ending segregation through the Supreme Court, and it just ended up failing because the Supreme Court was like, nah, it's fine. This is how the law is, and this is what a constitution allows. But I wanted to get to because the civil, it's important to always think of Supreme Court cases and legislation as products of their time. They're for a specific time, for a specific place. But we are not in 1964 anymore.
Right.
So is something like the Civil Rights Act still necessary today? Or should we scrap that in favor of freedom, liberty, the right to conduct business and contract with who you want? I wanted your opinion on that.
It should absolutely been scrapped. I love how, rest in peace, who I deem as like the person that got me to where it is that I'm at ideologically. Dr. Walter E. Williams has talked about this. He was like, the obvious position should have been, if these individuals, regardless of their color, have rights per se,
Right.
You didn't need to an overcorrection like that. You didn't. It wasn't necessarily like, okay, how about this? Stop using essentially the state to, let's say, impede on these individuals' right to not only exist, but to people even from a patron level to be able to serve and do whatever it is that they want. But that's not the route that they took. You had the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and all of that, and that kind of set the scene. All these other individual states had their own like civil rights laws and all of that. I'm sure you covered some of that. Like Oregon's kind of their civil rights law is kind of weird. That's where all that kind of Christian Baker stuff and all of that kind of stuff went down and all of that.
You got that. California's got a weird one because California protects political orientation, but it was passed, again, that time and place thing, I think in 1960, either 68 or early 70s. And the purpose of that political orientation was literally only to protect people from being fired if they supported gay rights.
Right.
Like, so they have it in there, and now people are trying to like prod at it and use it. Like, oh, now conservatives or whatever are being discriminated against based on their political beliefs, being fired for their political beliefs. Can we use this against it? And courts are kind of mixed on it, but it's like, it's what you put down on paper lasts a long time. And it's wild to see some of this stuff coming back around, but I'm a freedom guy, and I think that we're at a point in society now, specifically, where anybody can make anything.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. If you wanted to make a movie tomorrow, in theory, you could go to your audience, you go to your friends' audiences or whatever, and you could say, we need to raise $8 million or whatever to put together this budget. Here's the person we want to hire to do some of these acting. And this is why it's going to cost this much. These are the cameras we need. And you can actually do
that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can make something that would compete with Hollywood, because the technology and the talent it's democratized at this point.
Yeah.
All of that technology is accessible. It's cheap enough that with a little bit of money, a little bit of funding, you can get whatever you need. So this is doable now. Wow. I don't think we need these protections. And what's killing me is the left out here is still like they're demanding all of these protections through like the Civil Rights Act or whatever, and comparable bills. But what they're also doing is they're trying to still prop up this corporate structure. And it's like the corporations, if I take your argument, the corporations are the ones who have been doing this to you. Why do you want to force them to love you instead of just beating them?
Dude, that has been my argument against that act forever, because even from, you look at racists, what it essentially allows them to do is racists to hide, right? Some people would think I'm crazy. Would I rather a business owner have on a sign up that says, we don't want to sell to black people? Yes.
Right.
Why? Because I don't want to give them my money. Why would I want to line the pockets up of some person that I know hates me? I'd rather them just be open. Now they're essentially forced into hiding, and the law allows them to do it.
How much easier would it be to make fun of Star Wars if Disney just put up a big sign that says, we don't like you if you're straight, if you're white, if you're conservative, or whatever I don't know what their mixing pot of unfavorable audience is anymore. Like, I know it keeps growing, right? Because it's a soup. You just keep throwing more ingredients in the soup as time goes on. It gets bigger and bigger. But so whatever it is, if they just put up a sign that says, we don't want your money. And shockingly, they do this with regularity through like an actor or actress. This is what Cowboy Bebop did, right? Fake ass Faye Valentine comes out and she's like, well, we don't want your money, bigot. And they went, all right, we just won't watch. And they got canceled after one season.
Yeah.
And that's, please tell me who you do that you don't want me to buy your stuff, and I will oblige.
Yes.
100%.
And to your point, like, now we live in a day and age that if you had to, and maybe I'd give you that, because a lot of definitely in the entertainment sector, a lot of that stuff was controlled. You had to go through what was deemed as the proper channels to get that stuff out there. Right. But those days are behind us, man. Like, by a long shot too. I mean, even the music industry, I talked about this all the time with my audience. The music industry is still haven't caught up to the idea of streaming and all. They don't know how to gauge what is a gold album now? What is a platinum album? They don't even know, because the technology, it moves so fast. The industry just doesn't understand it.
How do you, when you've got like an artist, and forgive me for this very dated reference, it's from a couple years ago, but Poppy. I don't know if you're familiar with Poppy. It was that chick who did the kind of weird, like Andy Kaufman meets Lady Gaga stuff.
Yeah.
But how do you gauge this? Okay, this video gets put up on YouTube. It gets 50 million views. Rebecca Black, one of the most successful recording artists of a generation, it's a shit product. But that Friday song got played to fucking death.
Yeah.
And how do you gauge that? Is that a gold album? Nobody bought it, but she made a shitload of money on it.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so how does that even work? And the music industry is still putting out albums in some ways, but independent artists have started to figure out that it's not about the album. Everything's a single now. Like if you're going to use an album, it should be a medium for expression. I'm going to collect these works because they're interrelated. They tell a story, and that story matters. But otherwise, just keep putting out these singles over and over. Give them time to marinate, promote them, and then hit the next one, and then hit the next one. But you're right. The music industry, they have no idea, and it's coming for film.
That's the next
wait.
one. That's the next one. We saw the music industry, and even still, like you got these people that are trying to keep their greasier hands on it. But you've seen just in the pocket of the last, let's say, 5 years, so many people that have been able to come up that skipped the line, essentially, didn't go through the channels of entertainment. Like, okay, we got to go through the label and all of that. No, because I just upload it and people are listening to it now. Like, I look at it, and it's kind of like, I was talking about this yesterday about on my show about how, like, now I'm getting the deja vu effect, because I remember when my band first came out, my band Backwards first came out. So that album came out in 2017. And I remember us going through the process that we were going through and being told by essentially everybody that was in our metalcore kind of scene that this is not the way that you do it, right? You don't go, why would you not go sign this label? Why wouldn't you, you get all of these advantages? Why wouldn't you have focused on that? Why wouldn't you tour at this time? And I'm like, well, I was seeing that the technology was allowing us to do something that we didn't have to do. So I didn't have to sell my assets off. I didn't have to do any of that. And I thought we could do relatively well. And we did. We were the #1 alternative new artist. We had the #2 Heat Seeker album on Billboard chart. We did very, very well despite being unsigned. And it's like the technology allows us to skip those lines. So bringing it back to the original point of, well, these people hate us, these people, and whether that be ideologically, whether it be in the racial aspect, the thing that's so awesome about this day and age is that we have access to all of this technology that will allow us to skip the line. Literally, like, say, I want to compete with you. And now that may have been realistic, not even realistic 5 years ago, but it is now. And we're going to make it happen. And this is why instead of forcing them to take my dollar and then hide behind a law that allows them to basically not, I don't know, display the racism or whatever it is, I would rather just compete with them. I would rather just say, all right, how about this? I'm going to come up with whatever that individual industry is, come up with something and be a legitimate competitor. And now more than ever, you can do that. And that's what makes it fun.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I think we need to really scale back. I mean, this is never going to happen, right? but we can dream. We can dream for the libertarian fantasy where we actually start peeling these things back and say, well, you know what? A lot of racism has kind of normalized out, and you're always going to have racism and tribalism. I think. I don't think you ever get rid of that to some extent, but the state imposed racism is gone. The state encouraged racism is gone. So now you're just going to have some people who either have a bad experience or whatever, and they develop some prejudices, and that's just going to be a wash. But the overwhelming majority of people really don't give a shit.
Yep.
Like, they're going to go and they'll say, okay, I don't care who's making my sandwich. I just care if the sandwich is good and doesn't kill me. Yep. That's it. And same thing with the music, same thing with movies. And once we start doing that, I think we're on the cusp of a boon of real creativity with the entertainment industry, because someone posted I'm bouncing because my brain does this, but someone posted an article by, it was either George Lucas or Spielberg, or maybe it was a collab event or something, but they were talking about this exact thing. And I thought the article was from like today, but it turns out they wrote it in 2012 or 2014. And they said basically that the movie industry is going to move to only massive blockbusters that they know are going to be successful. And then everything else is going to be independently created. And the movie theater experience is going to basically all the theaters are going to collapse. And it's going to be more like going to an opera or going to a play, where it's going to be an event. It's going to cost $100 a ticket. You're going to go do this, and shit, it's already getting to be $100 a ticket.
Hell yeah. Now,
but and saw people and was like looking at the reaction to it from a long time ago, and people didn't believe them. And I'm sitting there going, no, this is how it needs to happen.
Absolutely.
And this will be a good thing.
Yes. Decentralization.
All I do now, all I consume almost exclusively is YouTube content, right? Like that's my entertainment. And then I'll occasionally watch like some produced show, but it's rare. I don't have time to waste my life investing in it. I rather invest in personalities that I enjoy, and I'll follow their content because I know I'm going to like it.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. And I've kind of started gearing my mind when I get my source of entertainment, because entertainment is one of those things that I think this is why I think it's the first kind of big industry. I don't think it'll be the only one, but I think it's the first big kind of, if you embody all of what entertainment, like, let's say, be it music, you got movies, you got all of these comic books, whatever it is, like those are going to be the easiest things to, I think, pry people away from what they deem as the quote unquote mainstream and get them to start accepting things that are more detached, certainly, from that. And I've been certainly more mindful, because it's not like, food or something. It's something that you can replace. Like you can replace your general entertainment. And this is why I think this sector is the one that's going to be kind of changed so rapidly. And to your point about the movie industry, we're already starting to see that. We're already starting to see, like, even me, I think about it. There was, maybe even 4 or 5 years ago where I would sit there and watch television shows and all that. And I don't do that anymore. Like, I literally don't do that anymore. And I'm like, wow, so much has changed in that short period of time. So much has changed because we now have access to other people's entertainment that we didn't maybe before. And that to me it's a fantastic thing. Now I would hope, and maybe it is one of those, me being just a libertarian in me, that stuff starts to cross into other more productive, like other things that are being produced for people. So whether, it be whatever, it just becomes more decentralized, because people now understand that we don't have to have either this have to go through the state, or after this have to go through whatever, this mega corporate entity, because we now have the means to be able to produce this stuff ourselves. And I think those people that deter people from even entertaining those ideas, I think, are people that are trying to protect the status quo. Because I don't know if you've had the experiences, but I certainly, anything that I'm doing now, that where I'm doing this, I'm biting off this big project of what I'm trying to do with the comic book space, and the amount of people that are like, well, you shouldn't do that. And I'm like, why?
Yeah, why?
Why
do you care?
Yeah, like, why? But the amount of people that are like, well, no, either are wishing failure, but more so acting as if what I'm doing is out of pocket, I think is speaking to folks that just want to protect the status quo. Like, they want to protect what already exists. And in the event that we have more examples of people that are just getting out there, being successful and being great, maybe that influences other people, and then they try to do the same thing. And then again, next thing you know, the industry doesn't look anything like it did before. That's a good thing. That is a very good thing. The fact that people have more options, the fact that people have a direct line of sight with their audience, that's a beautiful thing. And I hope that we get more of it.
But what about the candle makers, Eric? What about the candle makers? We took 5 years going from torches to candle makers. We had to train them. And now you want to move to light bulbs this fast?
It's
That was
fast.
just a year ago.
I know, right?
We
I know, right? But no, that's how fast things change, man. Like you just even think anybody out there can just think of where they were at in terms of their entertainment. Even 5 years ago, the rapid amount of change that's
Oh, man.
happened has
It's
been
nuts.
nuts. It's been insane. And it's only going to get faster because that technology maybe breeds more innovation. So it's only going to get faster. And this is something that I welcome. This is, I think, the people that are the handlers, you know what I mean? The mega corporate entities are trying to figure out how they get kind of ahead of this. To me, I think this is actually part of why I believe they're going all in on this woke nonsense, because I think they think that they may be wrong, or we may think they're wrong, but I think they actually believe there's some liaison telling them, maybe the mega corp, maybe the guys at the top, telling them that this is the way of the future. This is what people want. This is how a lot of people are ideologically. Well, I may disagree with that, but that's why I think they're so all in on it. Because again, if this thing breaks up, you're gonna see maybe companies that you and love, that you were so attached to, might not be as powerful as they once was. And that stuff is like stuff that's happening like overnight, and they don't want to have to deal with that, though I would absolutely welcome it.
Well, and the way they do it is they use companion corporations to exert power.
Yeah.
Right. We see it in the copyright strike system on YouTube.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about, that because I've been dealing with it lately. I did the Juicy Sommelier video. Like I said, I clipped up this thing. It's a 6-hour long hearing or whatever. And I clip out a minute, and then I chop that minute up into 20 seconds of edited stuff too. And I talk specifically about this thing. My video is 11 and a half minutes long or whatever. So I'm talking for 10 minutes about this 1 minute clip essentially. And it's all about what happened in that clip. And, and I get a copy claim from the Tribune.
What?
Like a news organization has copy claimed my video, saying that it's theirs. I'm like, this is a public trial. First of all, I didn't use the Tribune's video. I used ABC News's video. So I don't know if the Tribune was the one recording. I have no idea if they even own it.
Yeah.
I frankly, no idea. But the Tribune claims it. And it's like, wait, you guys can't exist without giving some flexibility on what you show, because you're a news organization and you need to report the news. That's just what I'm doing, but you're trying to protect this corporate interest. And when I was dealing with Law and Crime, one of the things that they've suggested is that, oh, well, I could have just joined the media pool like them. Well, joining a media pool for trials means having a staff member there, having cameras there ready to go. And then if you're not the media company that's picked, you then have to pay to play. And we're talking corporate fees. So yeah, in theory, I can join the media pool, right? But if I'm not the guy who picks it, I don't know how much the fucking costs, because no one will actually tell you how much any of this stuff costs. And so it's like they created a club of corporate entities that are, well, only us get to disseminate the news. It's like, bitch, this isn't how it works.
Yeah.
And this isn't what the courts want. This isn't what the people want. And I think they're in for a rude awakening, but they're lashing out because they know what's going to happen.
Yep.
The moment some jackass like me gets his teeth into something, I'm going to grab onto it. And then somebody a lot smarter than me is going to come along and do it better than I did. And it's going to really kick their ass. And that's when they fail. That's when they lose for sure. So what they're going to try and do is snuff that out as it's starting. And we've seen that forever from corporations. They protect their business in this way. The thing that gets me, no dispute with any of that, is why the left has suddenly become the most pro-corporate simp community I have ever seen. They're like, what? Twitter's a private company. And I'm like, oh, can Twitter just exclude black people then?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't do that. Well, how do you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like put Ryan Cannell as CEO.
Exactly. No, but they have been, and I think a lot of that started definitely with this whole COVID thing. You had the misinformation thing where all these guys became so. It was like 2020 was an interesting year because you also had the summer of love and all of that. So you had all of these corporate entities signaling in regards to racism and all of that. And now all of a sudden, yeah, the anti-corporate left has now are now the biggest simps for the corporate entity, and more importantly, them being able to control narratives, which I thought they were not about, like, at all. Like, them basically being able to say that, okay, the truth, we dictate what the truth is. Like, us, the mega corporate entities dictate what is going to be deemed as the actual legitimate truth. And that's fascinating how quick that has changed. And it goes to show that maybe in the classical sense, though, that yeah, they were successfully able to hijack the term liberal, they were never that. They were absolutely never that. It was more of, once they felt like they had the power and the influence, which is what it was ultimately about anyway, they were perfectly fine with these establishments doing all types of jacked up stuff, as long as they felt that it was punishing their political enemies. I think we learned that with the Sum of Love, but also with this COVID crap, that's more so what it's about. It doesn't even have to make sense. None of this has to make sense. They can even say things that are diametrically opposed. I've had to deal with the strike system, though I am like the back-to-back champ regarding getting my YouTube strikes removed, regarding medical misinformation, because I always obtain the receipts and show them. Certainly that. But even with that, it's like they're perfectly fine with that because they think it punishes their political enemies. It has nothing to do with freedom or liberation or what's righteous or what's just. It's all about punishing their political enemies. So they're perfectly fine with you not being able to have a say in that, which is why I think you have these leftists that are latching on to that, and the corporations that have said, you know what, okay, we're going to embrace you. You guys are on our side. As this stuff starts to change and their power and influence goes away, they're seeing that. They're seeing that writing on the wall. Some of this stuff is inevitable. They may can prolong it or and all that, but this is an inevitable thing with the growth of technology. They're going to do everything they can to protect certainly their industries. And it's going to be interesting to see how this stuff plays out over the next half decade, because they're going to protect their interests, but a lot of these guys ain't going to be able to stick around, and there's going to be like nothing they can do about it.
2010 was Occupy Wall Street.
That wasn't that long ago.
I know. It's Occupy Wall Street in 2010. All these dudes today who are sucking corporate titty all day long, they're sitting there just give me that Twitter juice. They were literally protesting an Occupy Wall Street. And like you look at Vice News being kind of born in that era and doing this edgy stuff. And you look at Vice News now and you're like, you're the same as everyone you were against. And you look at where this stuff has gone in just a decade. Yeah. It's crazy to me. Say, I got to ask your permission something. I have a very racist whiskey. I need to make sure you're okay if I drink it.
Okay.
It's called it's called Black Nicka Whiskey.
I saw that.
Is this okay?
I saw you on the screen that had the title. I was like, what the hell is that? Then I saw it. I was like, oh, it's real. It's absolutely real. You have my permission to drink that.
Oh, thank God. Oh, man. Speaking of, you mentioned how different things were 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I want to put this in perspective for people. Super chats didn't exist.
No.
Like YouTube had not created, I mean, there was some independent monetization that people had kind of figured out, but the super chat system on YouTube didn't exist. And that change, that alone makes me able to do what I do, because my short videos are such garbage. They don't go anywhere. No one watches these damn things. They don't make any money. I don't like quartering. He's over there. He's like just printing money every time he hits submit.
Just to post somehow. He got a spot in the algorithm. I don't know how the hell he does it.
Yeah. And I'm over here and I'm like, God, I don't make fucking anything from these. But because of super chats, I'm able to do this show every night as a primary business. And so like, I can't create in that space. In the old YouTube space, I would have had to do this way differently. It would have been a hobby, way less content, all of that stuff. But they've created a market for me in that short time. And because of that, I need to actually read some of those.
Go ahead.
So let's hit it and see if there's some questions for us in here. Wolfgang Deo says, as Russia weakens its military in Ukraine, China may try to invade Russia to save the CCP at the expense of Russian nukes falling on the Chinese people. We'll see. I don't think that. I think Russia and China are kind of tight right now, but I'm not a geopolitical expert. I'm more concerned about what we're doing here at home, and I leave the foreign policy stuff to people who read up on it, because I don't. It doesn't grab my attention. I'm like, can we get our country to figure out what the fuck freedom is again for 10 minutes?
Exactly.
And in the meanwhile, like, I would prefer if you don't send soldiers to die. Like, I would prefer that. But again, I'm not making recommendations here. I'm just saying, let's figure out freedom again at home. Yashken says, first, balls or no balls. This is the acid test.
Balls or no balls? No.
Are you familiar with futanari or futa?
No.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay. So in anime, right, you'll have an anime girl, biological anime girl, but she will grow also a giant penis. And so the question then is, should the anime girl with a penis have balls or not attached to it? And that's, look, I have to apologize for my chat. They're broken people. They're looking for direction in life, but because they're broken people, they ask these horrific questions, and I don't know what to do about it. I've tried killing them all and I can't.
That's interesting. That is something that I'm gonna have to plead the fifth on for sure. That's weird.
Plead the fifth.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, then the rest of these questions are, second is balls over or under the hole. See,
I'm staying away from that one. That's the one I'm staying away from.
And then third, thank you too for the shout outs. Last is like how Ripa always loses to Jeremy in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
That's a lot.
Nick, you should join them one day. Oh man, I haven't played Mario Kart in
we have a blast. That is our
years.
Most watched, gaming stream for all of us. Everybody loves us screaming at each other on a Sunday.
Yeah. I've seen some of the clips from it.
Yeah, for Mario Kart.
Looks like a blast.
It is an absolute blast. But yeah, that game is maddening, man. It is.
Man,
but that's a lot. Jeremy doesn't beat me. Not like that.
Nintendo nailed it, right? Like 17 years ago or whenever they came out with Mario Party.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was longer than that. I was still in high school. Holy fuck. So this would have been 23, 24 years ago that they came out with Mario Party. I don't know about you. Oh, wait, you're really young compared to me. I'm an old fucking man, right? But I don't know about you, but did you and your friends have the mark right here from the Nintendo 64 controller, the joystick? You had to put your fucking
yeah.
You get the burn mark.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
They figured out how to make, and they made a litany of those party games. They had the Mario parties, they had Smash Brothers, of course, but Mario Tennis, Mario Golf, Mario Kart, these things were fun. Yeah. And it was fun to hot seat play again. We can kind of do it with like streaming tech and stuff like that, but man, there's little that beats having like 8 people in a house screaming at the top of their lungs. Yeah.
That was intense. Stuff. Yeah.
Liberty and Freedom Mindset says blazing based Eric July in the house. Eric name definition ever/always ruler. Slay the Simps boys. Love the show, Nick. Have a drink for me. Salute. Cheers. Will do.
Oh, shout out.
Yashkin also says, Eric, I need some salt on my fries, man, and quit drinking water nervously. It's humiliating. Eat some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches the correct way. What is this bullshit, by the way?
So
I don't eat peanut butter and jelly.
I don't eat peanut butter and jelly.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I know. It's funny that all those lines come from our live discussions. You missed that one about the salt on the fries thing. That was a funny one, but yeah.
Because you had a third discussion. Also.
I had in that week time. I had 3 discussions. Like it wasn't one. Obviously, was just with a regular person that was from Twitter. The other 2 were with the guys that were on YouTube. So yeah, man. That salt on my fries guy was certainly an interesting interesting case. It came from some dude was like, he got upset. It was when the Lord of the Rings situation came out. The whole backlash when we got the first look from Vanity Fair. And I said, my whole point was like, man, you just need to expect that if Hollywood gets their greasy hands on a property that you once loved, they're going to destroy it. That was really the point. So he got all mad that I wasn't going through the lore and all of this sort of stuff. And he was like, I just need a little salt on my fries, man. I was like,
that's a good line, though.
Yeah, that was he also used some line about cherry pies and all that. He was on with the food analogies, man. It was impressive.
Look, I know it's going to be trashed, and the legacy of Lord of the Rings is going to be embarrassed by this show. But give me some elf nudity. Like, just give me that. Give me some orc nudity. Give me some fantasy tits, because I am Eric. I'm a believer. I grew up in the 80s. I had cable in my room. I remember the glory, the halcyon days of not turning on your computer and watching some chick get railed out by 9 guys, right? Like that's today, and that's degenerate, and it's broken no matter how much anybody likes it. That's awful. This was tasteful, right? You had to sit through an hour and a half of a shitty sci-fi movie named Laserball, watching some guy control a little shitty animated ball and shove it through some guy's forehead and blow it out the back of his head for 2 hours in the hopes, because the TV guide had an N on it, that there would be some titties in it. And I am so fucking mad that is gone.
That's a lost art now.
Where did it go?
No, yeah, you hardly don't ever see that in definitely in movies that people are watching. You don't ever see that anymore.
The last time I saw casual nudity in an action movie was Suicide Squad 2. There's this one, like they're running through like a restaurant down in South America or wherever they were, and there's this one chick just runs by with her boobs out, and I was like, "Thank you. That's it. That's all I need." Because somebody's gonna be caught with their pants down, with their shirt off. It's like in Die Hard. They're rounding up all those people. Everybody's on cocaine and alcohol. You're telling me that there's some chicks not dancing around on swinging her shirt around? Right. Of course she is. Yeah. Of course she is. And it's gone, and it breaks my immersion every time. So, I love it. So Lord of the Rings can redeem itself. Look, you can give me some hairy dwarf knockers too. I'm there. Just put it down. And it's on Amazon. So there's hope. There's hope that'll happen.
That's true.
So, but wait a minute. So you don't eat peanut butter and jelly?
Nah, man.
What about it do you not like? Is it the jelly? Is it the peanut butter?
It's more of the peanut butter. I don't do a lot of peanut butter. Jelly, I'll put on whatever my breakfast stuff is. But I've never really been a peanut butter guy.
I thought you were a supporter of the Black community.
I know, right? I know. You think, considering who made it, you'd think I'd be all over that. I know it's embarrassing.
I cannot believe this.
I know it's absolutely embarrassing. But no,
Eric July exposed YouTuber in blackface pretender.
Yeah, I know, pretended not supporting the Black community by utilizing the peanut butter that was created by a black man. Yeah, I know.
Okay. So what sandwich do you eat?
Sandwich? Oh, if I eat it, it's gonna be like a legitimate sandwich, like some stuff with like meat on it and stuff like that. But I don't generally, and then whether it be turkey, ham, whatever I put on it. But yeah, I don't generally eat like. Do we even have? I don't know if my wife eats peanut butter stuff. We might got a jar in there, but it ain't me eating it.
Okay, but not peanut butter. So like you're gonna. I know you're like, oh, I lift and I'm all cool or whatever. But so you're gonna have a cheat day. You're gonna have some carbs. You're like, okay, I'm gonna get this piece of bread. Tell me about your sandwich. Is it white bread? Is it wheat? Is it rye? Like
it's gotta be wheat. It's gotta be wheat, number one.
Like a soft wheat or like a grainy wheat?
Nah, good legit, like 100% whole wheat. Maybe I'll do the honey joint, like the honey wheat kind of stuff.
Honey wheat's good.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
That, and I'm going with Miracle Whip probably on that bad boy.
Okay, not mayo, but Miracle Whip.
Straight Miracle Whip, not mayo. And
good
then
choice,
then I'm throwing meat or whatever kind on, and I'm probably triple stacking that bad boy. If I'm gonna eat a sandwich, that's generally what it is. That I might not even put any green on it. Might not even put any lettuce on it. Nothing. May just straight meat bread and Miracle Whip. And maybe that's the route that I go.
So when you're gonna put your Miracle Whip on there,
Yeah.
do you spread that on the bread, or
Yes.
do you build your sandwich and then squirt it all over the top?
No,
like
no, no.
a
Spread it on the
autistic
bread,
Subway employee?
both sides. Both
Okay.
yeah, so you know,
Whew,
both or
thank you, Jesus.
rather both loaves of bread or slices of bread or whatever. That's how
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good sandwich. I like to put green shit on there. I like to stack that up about as high as the meat because I like the crunch.
Okay.
That's what I like.
Okay.
I like the texture.
I can see that. If I go get a sandwich, I'll do that for sure.
Yeah.
Like if I like go to Jason's Deli or something like that, I'll make sure they have it. If
Oh,
I'm making it,
why would you do that? I hate you. You mentioned Jason's Deli in my presence. I
hey,
don't
man,
have one.
Bigger, better BLT is all right, man. Have you had
No,
that
they're
thing?
good. They're good. They're the closest one's 2 hours away.
Oh wow, dude, we
I
got like
got
3 of them like right around the corner. I probably eat that shit too much. But yeah, they like bigger, better BLT. That's like the avocado joint on it as well.
Oh,
Man,
yeah.
that shit's amazing, man. Holy shit. Egg has an egg on it as well. It's fucking amazing.
My sibling went to school in Tyler, and they had Jason's Deli do their school lunches.
Ooh.
Can you imagine?
Nah, hell no, I can't imagine that.
I'm sitting there with that shitty skin flap rectangle of pizza, and they got Jason's Deli. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Man, that's good stuff.
That pissed me off. Sorry. Richard Grubber says, have you ever taken Ushid ironically? I don't know what the fuck Ushid is. Like, is that supposed to be a shit?
A shit, maybe?
Ironically? No, I only take them seriously. Jote Oat lost 4 more chickens, 3 to foxes, 1 more to dog injuries after a week, requesting toast for Chicletta, Hennifer, Karen, and Gray, considering getting a meaner rooster to replace Jerry.
What?
R.I.P. to Jote Oat's chicken, Chicletta, Hennifer, Karen, and Gray. May they rest in peace. They're not even in nuggy form. They're just dead. They're gone. Cheers.
R.I.P. in peace.
B. Ivory Law says, who be this Uncle Tom? I'm the top black in Texas. So B. Ivory
got it.
B. Ivory Lamar is the guy who represented Jacob Blake after he got shot. And he tried to represent that Theodore Edgecombe guy who shot the attorney up in Wisconsin. It didn't go so well.
No, not at all. I'd imagine.
Dermy Wormy, today was my 25th birthday, so to celebrate, I wanted to give some appreciation to some of the most influential people in my life. Hey, thanks, brother. Squizgar, Nick, seeing as you're inevitably going to be late, on a scale from Jack Murphy to Mod, how gay would you say you are?
Jesus.
Wait a minute, you're a libertarian.
Mm-hmm.
Like big L libertarian or small L?
Oh no, small L. No, I'm not a member of the fucking Libertarian Party.
So as a libertarian, how much of your political philosophy involves constantly eating ass?
Well, none of it. I'm not
none of it?
No, none of that. It requires me eating butt.
What about so I mean, clearly like you say you're married, but you have like a polyamorous relationship. You guys are on Tinder, right? Like couple swap or something. Is that
No,
as libertarians?
No, that's what the degenerates do, the libertarians, I guess.
Do you know what I'm referencing?
Yeah, I know what you're referencing. All of that goofball shit. I kept up with that.
So you saw him say that libertarian values are hedonistic values.
I hate the fact that and he didn't. It didn't start with him, obviously. But there was obviously, you had that movement of basically they were ashamed Democrats is essentially what they were. They were trying to latch on to the libertarian wagon.
Yeah.
Is what happened. And yeah, they would conflate basically hedonistic bullshit with basically being a degenerate with being a libertarian. That was, they felt like latching on to that was their reasoning for it. And man, we got into it a lot of, that was back when I was like heavy in like the debate scene, debating with those fucking leftists basically masquerading as modern libertarians. Fucking weird.
Yeah, the thing with libertarianism is it's not I'm a degenerate, it's I don't care if you're a degenerate.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's what it is. It's not it doesn't mean this is, and this is why you have so many including libertarians like that. You see, and I'm pretty sure you've dealt with that. You go even criticize what a corporation does. Oh, you're supposed to be a libertarian. Why would you ever do? I'm like, libertarianism isn't me. I have to accept and like everything someone does. That's and not have an opinion on it. That's not what fucking libertarianism is, man.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Plus, like some of us beat down dejected libertarians know that we will never see a truly libertarian society.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're going to do is accept the realities of the society that we're in and try to apply some principle to just wheel things back a little bit.
If we can,
just like a step.
Yeah.
Just go, I know the First Amendment only applies to the government, but we can recognize that the principle of being able to speak freely is something that was valued to the point where they put it in a constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can agree then that we should try and live that. Like, we're not legally obligated to, but we should try to do that. And now you have these companies that are just so bent on, well, I mean, if you say something, somehow my brand is impacted. Like, how?
What? Yeah.
That doesn't work.
Crazy.
Okay. Capri Sun Beirut Blast says, my hat's off to Eric. Great to see you.
Shout out.
Beirut Blast. Capri Sun. Good popular flavor from what I hear. Bad Vibe says, untimely and contemptuous. Binary Bard says, working from home since March 2020, I got fat. Over the last 6 months, you two and the Geeks and Gamers guys have motivated me to get fit. Still working on it, but I went from benching 80 pounds to benching 200 pounds. Diet still needs work, though. Hail.
There you go. Hey, you got to start somewhere, man. So, you know,
I'm walking proof that you don't. Because I am the laziest motherfucker when it comes to that. Every time I think I'm like, oh, okay, I got this thing or whatever, a new piece of equipment. I'm gonna go work out. And then I'm like, or I got Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Now I've been playing the shit out of Elden Ring.
Yeah, we right before I hopped on here, that's what I was playing on stream.
What build are you playing on Elden
Just a straight up, I'm gonna summarize. I'm going straight melee, just going in balls. Yeah.
Why'd you pick the build of a beta?
Because I'm the beta build is the magic bullshit. That's the beta build. But I like getting in there, and I've obviously loved these Souls games in the past, so we're having a blast on fucking Elden Ring.
I got two big fucking hammers. I've got the big war hammer with the spike on it, and I got the brick hammer, and I'm dual wielding that.
Oh, you dual wielding them? Okay.
38 strength.
Already? Damn.
That's all.
Jesus.
My chat's like, pump vigor, and I'm like, no. Why would I want hit points? I just hit harder.
Yeah.
This is okay. Sorry. You know what though? Like, I gotta give props to Elden Ring because this is the first game in a while where I go, I actually want to go play it. Like,
okay. Yeah.
All these other, I've bought so many games in the past couple of years where it's like, oh, this is a cool idea, and I'll play it for a little bit, and it's like, this is kind of fun or whatever. But then it's always like, I don't want to play it. I'll end up playing it. Elden Ring, I'm like, oh man, I can't wait till I get some free time.
Yeah, it's fun. I like that. I remember because same company, obviously, or same type of game with the Sekiro joint. That was what 3 years ago, I think Sekiro was.
Yeah,
and I remember that. I know it won game of the year, but it didn't. It still felt like it was like niche. Like it was
a fucking chore to play for me.
It felt like it was still niche. The thing about Elden Ring that I love is that it's also gotten so many people that generally wouldn't play this kind of genre of game to be into it, and it's showing the industry that you don't have to necessarily hold the person's hand, the game player's hand through everything, and you can just let them fucking play. There's a audience that responds to that.
We're not games journalists. Even people who are like me, who are as badly skilled as a games journalist, I will suffer through because I'm having fun doing it. Because I'm not doing it to write my stupid Kotaku article. I'm playing the game because I bought it and I want to have fun. Yeah. And I think a lot of these companies genuinely forget that their actual audience are not the people getting a free demo copy.
Nope.
Who's going to write their favorable, that give them 9 out of 10 on IGN or whatever. Oh my God. So I'm in LA the other day. Sorry, again, my ADD. And I'm with a buddy of mine who's talking to two chicks at the bar.
Yeah.
And he gives me the signal. He wants me to come wingman for him. And I go over there, and it's these two blonde girls. They're cute or whatever. And he's talking them up. And he's like, well, this guy, he's on the internet and he talks or whatever. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. An idiot gets to somehow be moderately successful. And then so I start asking the girls a little bit about themselves. And I asked the one girl, I'm like, now tell me, have you ever heard of what the fuck is it? Oh shit, Fire Emblem. I'm like, have you ever heard of Fire Emblem? And she goes, yes. I was like, wait, what? Why? Why have you heard of this? And she goes, oh, I work for IGN. Like, really?
No.
Oh God. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to talk to me ever again. So the whole thing was a setup to make fun of this guy named Maddox, who was talking about his awesome bachelor pad and his pussy slaying bed or whatever. And he's got a blue slime comforter from Fire Emblem, the blue slimes or whatever.
Yeah.
And he has this giant blue comforter with the fucking slime face on the middle. It's like, wait, this is your bachelor bed?
Wow.
Like you're bringing women back to your house? You're like 43. What are you doing?
Oh, that's impressive.
Sorry. Shin-chan says it must be the curse of your streams. My dog just died today.
Oh no.
She had a seizure and then died in my arms while my little bro drove us to the 24-hour vet. She has a sister and they are codependent, so it hurts. Cheers if you can. Thank you. Oh my God.
That's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
I fucking hate losing pets. Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I got two of them.
What kind?
One's a Parson Russell, Jack Russell, and one's a mix between a Boston Terrier and a Wiener dog.
Oh, two dogs. So you got two dogs.
Two dogs, yeah. Two dogs.
Why don't you have cats?
Oh, I'm not a cat. I'm allergic to them, number one. I don't know if I'm allergic to those hairless ones, but I'm allergic to cats.
Everybody's allergic to hairless ones because anyone with a soul is afraid that they'll take it.
I haven't been around those, so I don't know. But yeah, no, my allergies get terrible being around. I already know that if I'm in there in like a house and like I don't even see the cat, I can like feel it, like because I get all fucked up.
Yeah, but to Shin-chan, man, it always sucks losing a pet.
It sucks, dude.
But, sorry to hear that, brother. Trevor says, just got engaged to my girlfriend. Have a drink on me, Nick. I will. Thank you, Trevor. Congratulations, buddy. It's a whole different world. It's a whole different world, but I think it's a good adventure. Zalashi Z says moist. That's you.
Yeah,
you and those nervous sips.
Yeah, that's all us. Yeah.
That was the weirdest thing. Why was that dude so hostile?
I don't look, like I said, I think it's just the guy is on that corner of the internet. They don't like me. And he thought that I am going to take this guy down. And he thought this was his opportunity. And it didn't work. But like you mentioned right before it, he goes right into it saying, I am going to bring you back a dead body. So we already knew where he was coming from. But yeah, he was hostile as fuck for nothing, no reason at all. But other than, like I say, he just likes me. This is why I tell people when I, though not all the time, but when I engage with these types, don't ever look at it like it's a me versus him versus me thing. No, they don't like me. That's it. I don't even care to even I don't follow these cats. They both follow me on Twitter. I don't care about them cats like that. This is something that generally they initiate and they take issue with something that I am doing, or they find it a threat that because I am doing it, or I have a platform and I'm not using it in a way that they think that I should use it. It's always the problem's always on their end, not the other way around.
So he was really ineffective at doing this. So I'm going to try and help him out.
Yeah.
Was what Ryan Cannell said racist in any way?
No, not if you're using racist in a term that is egregious. Right now, I know it means whatever the fuck people want it to mean these days, but if you're looking at it like thinking race is the primary determinant of a certain trace of attributes, and they're trying to display some sort of inferiority or superiority in that name, then no. Acknowledging of the racial makeup of something does not mean that it is like an act of racism.
Right, I agree. So you and don't let me put words in your mouth. If I'm wrong, correct me, please. So you do not believe that Ryan said that statement with any sort of malice or even, I'll go so far as say commentary on the relationship between black and white in America currently.
Right. No, I mean, the only thing that I think that the point of him mentioning it was that, it seems like to him that, and we've heard other people make this argument that these guys have, if anything, this vendetta against white folk or whatever it is that they feel. So he's looking at it like that action, or rather that makeup, how it exists, and that all the white people, aside from two, are treated like or acted like pieces of shit, is something that is done purposefully by Hollywood. Now, I've been of the opinion, and I brought this up before, that hell, if you think about it, even in the last 5 years, definitely in the comic book space, it seems like even despite all these blockbuster movies, they seem afraid to make black people villains, like a villain that you love to hate, not some morally gray, unless they're going to be in opposition to another black person, right?
Well, oh, sorry, I don't want to cut you off because I've got a point on that, but
yeah, but that was I made that point. I made that point years ago. You know what I mean? It's like, notice that like they don't do that. Like, like I'm talking about a true villain, a villain that the audience loves to hate. Like they despise. There's something ugly about them. Not these morally gray kind of, oh, I get where you're coming from types of folks. You rarely see that nowadays. Definitely they're not going to be in opposition. I think Black Manta was the last one that I remember seeing in that Aquaman movie. But aside from that, like it rarely happens. And I would think, yeah, that's something that they're scared, the two chicken shit to do it, because they think that, oh, well, we're depicting black people as bad. This is why I particularly called Ryan's case mild, because I've heard the literal argument made on the other foot, like saying, well, black people are being depicted as bad too. I've heard them say that. So if I don't get bent out of shape about that, I can't get bent out of shape about this.
Yeah. Well, and when you look at first of all, they're straying away from doing black villains in general.
Mm-hmm.
But when they do it, it's got to be Killmonger, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He's got to be. It's got to be where everybody in the movie's black, effectively.
Yep.
Outside of a couple side characters who are incidental to the story, and it's fine. Like, there's not a problem. I want to be clear. There's no problem with that. It takes place largely in Wakanda. It's okay. It would make sense that the bulk of the cast is going to be black. That's fine.
Yeah.
Be like doing a movie in 1931 Poland or something.
Or hell, they're tokenizing Vikings right now, so shit, none of that's off limits.
So that's fine. But even so, Killmonger's a villain. But he's not a villain you love to hate. He's a villain you want to love.
Right.
And they make that very fucking clear. And back when I thought writing essays was something I should do, which was the dumbest shit ever. But I wrote an essay called No More Hero. It was the working class hero, something to be. And I was playing off of the Green Day song, but that's because that's where we are now. Mm-hmm. Like, the hero can't just be heroic.
Right.
They cannot be an ideal. You can't have Superman. And that's why they struggle so fucking much to make a Superman movie, because you can't just have a guy who's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like, no, I've got this power and I'm going to stop whatever's going on, because generally that's the right thing to do, because I was raised by rural parents who said, you know what, if you can help people out, maybe you should.
Yeah.
And now you've got parents who are like ambiguous. I was talking to Nina Infinity a couple days ago, and she was talking about how she hated Jonathan Kent's character in Man of Steel because he wanted Superman to compromise who he was to protect his identity, rather than being the Jonathan and Martha Kent of the kind of the original comic books, which is like, go out and help these people. Like, you should protect your identity, but go out and help these people.
Right.
And we can't do that with heroes, and we certainly can't do it with villains now. Villains all have to have a reason for being evil.
Yeah.
And it's like, one of the last good villains I saw was in Jessica Jones, the dude who mind controlled people.
Yeah.
Because he was just fucking
just bad,
terrifying.
Yeah.
He just makes someone kill themselves because he's like, look at your tweet. Now off yourself, idiot.
Yeah.
And we need more of that.
I agree. Like, and that's the point that I've made. I just think they're just too chicken shit to do it. Like I say, the only time we generally see it is if they have to be in opposition to another black character. And again, it's still going to be a morally gray kind of guy, but they are too chicken shit too. And you know, in the comic book realm, I mean, villains are, you know, just as important, you know, to the hero, and that dynamic at least is there. And villains that you like, you love to hate, are a big part of it. And like I say, Hollywood is too chicken shit to ever do that. Maybe in regards to any genre. I can't speak to what's happening outside of the comic book space, because when I was still watching all that media, that was the media that I would generally digest. But yeah, you don't see that anymore. You don't even see it like that in the books anymore. Like, you know, I remember reading. I made this point the other day. It was like some, you know, run-of-the-mill villain that they would, you know, he didn't last that long. His name was Eptide. He was in the Nomad comic by Marvel Comic, and it was a black villain who just was a piece of, you know, who the audience obviously didn't like, but he was there to fuck shit up. And like, you used to get that, and now it's like you don't get that at all. You know, it's like, again, you have to have this. They got to be morally kind of gray and all of that. Like, do they have a good reason and all of that, because they're too chicken shit to actually make someone be a bad guy like that.
That's why I think Game of Thrones was successful for a while. You had some characters in the show. I can't speak to the books because I don't have time to read all the fucking books. But you have some characters in the show that are archetypal good. Like Jon Snow, right? He's generally, you're like, okay, this is a guy who's going to try and make the honorable decision. Even when it's fucking stupid, he's going to try and do it the whole time. And he's pretty reliable in doing that. And then you have the Lannister, not Jaime so much, but Tywin, his dad. Tywin Lannister is a fucking dick the entire time. Yeah. And you like Tywin Lannister because he's so fucking irritating and slimy. And Cersei is so fucking slimy. And they don't really apologize all that much for these characters. They don't try to make them better. They're like, no, it's literally just political power hungry. It's the Game of Thrones. They're in it for the whole fucking continent, and you're never under the illusion that they're not. And that is, and Ned Stark was the opposite of that. And that's what made him an admirable character and a heroic thing throughout the first season. And then, of course, at the end, they lose it and it gets all fucked up. Last season's just so bad, and they went a different direction. But we got rid of archetypal storytelling, and it's like everybody forgot why we do archetype storytelling. Yeah. It's so effective at escape. Because it takes away, like, your coworker might be a dick, but you know your coworker, if it's a woman who's a bitch to you, maybe she's going home and getting beat by her husband. You have no idea. No. If it's a guy, maybe his dad touched him when he was a kid. You don't know. And so there's some ambiguity, and people are complex. When I go to read a book or watch a movie or whatever, I want that stripped away. I don't want ambiguity anymore, because I want to get to some truth. Right. And I can't do it if I'm worried about every single fucking character having some complex dark backstory.
Right. Yep. I agree with that 100%. 100%.
Yeah. Damn it. Lawnerd Clip says, added the touchdown on paper unbreaded clip to my UCLA unbreaded manifesto playlist. If you want to share that with your guests before tonight's unbreaded, I'll be uploading more readings to our daily unbreaded playlist too. Okay. So the chat is asking me, are you going to help me out with the reading of the unbreaded manifesto tonight?
Whatever you need, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you signed up for it. Carrie Phillips, I followed Eric before I knew your channel. I shared on Facebook and got hated and deleted by my black female friends. I thought, whoa, reconsider. Then I realized it wasn't me, it's them. Love you both. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Carrie.
Shut up.
Proz says, my favorite part of the interview was when Jody said his first 60,000 subs was better than Ripa's 60,000. Like there's some sort of human inflation factor. What the fuck does that even mean?
I didn't understand. He was like, I don't collaborate. Meanwhile, he's surrounded by like 7 people. I don't collaborate with anybody. I was like, all right, man, I don't understand where you're coming at.
Dude, he's got a nice setup. Like the studio setup is nice, but I have some criticism.
Yeah.
Can you get a fucking mic by each chair? Like, even if it's a cheap mic, like get a condenser mic by, or a dynamic mic by each chair. Cause it is way too hollow sound in that room. And some of those dudes came in so fucking hot on the mic. Cause you could tell it's like off to one side.
Right.
And it's like, what do you, man, get a mic, mic.
All that bragging about that studio and the audio is dog shit. Couldn't get no lavalier mics for your homies or anything. It's just, Yeah,
You can get these things like you don't need. Everybody does not need an $800 mic.
correct.
You can sound really good if everybody's got a $50 mic and you work with some settings. Just get there, please. I wanted to hear what I was trying to listen to his show a little bit today.
Yeah.
So I'd have a little bit of backstory about, him and stuff like that when we talked about it. And I was like, these dudes are impossible to listen to because I can't hear shit. He'd probably be 120,000 subs if he could get some clean audio.
Get some solid fucking audio, man. Like, holy shit. It's pretty fucking bad.
People love panel shows, right?
Yeah.
Like, and they've got this format. They got 6 dudes sitting there talking, shooting the shit. People for like right now that is in to have that many people. Obviously, Friday Night Tights.
Yes.
Tuesday. Tuesday's main event?
Tuesday night's main event. Yeah.
These are successful shows in part because that format is really hitting it with people. They want to hear good discussions. And so it's like, dude, you could do better. Like just try a little,
give it a shot.
I mean, you're bragging about the studio, got 3 fucking big screen TVs in there. You divvy that up on some mics. Oh,
working backwards, man.
Good Rat says, spent the whole day with a friend who is basically a commie while I'm a libertarian. Discussed tons of topics with a different perspective on most of them. Arguments are lame. Discussion is cool. Just a thought. I agree. I hate going into debates. I was asked to debate Jack Murphy on
whose bright idea was that?
Robert Barnes. Robert Barnes said he'd host it.
Said it
about debating about libertarianism and hedonism. And I was like, I don't want to debate Jack Murphy, but I'll have a discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to tell him that he's wrong or whatever. But if we go in as a debate, it's going to end up the same way that the Jody thing is. It's going to be me or him looking for a dunk. And I hate that shit.
Right. And I feel you.
Perihelion. Morning, Nick. Woke up at 6 a.m. to get a drink with you. While the world around here is turning sad and crazy, I've turned 36 today. And also, I learned days ago, it's a boy. Can I get a toast? Cheers and thanks for everything. Perihelion. Congrats, man. Bringing a boy into the world is something special because you're bringing someone into a world that is currently opposed to them in the hopes that you and they and everyone around you will turn that around and have a world that tolerates them as they should and accepts them for who they are, not what they are.
Yeah.
Despite all of their preaching. But you raise that kid to be respectful, to be productive, and people will be respectful and productive back. Cheers, brother.
Yeah.
Cody says, isn't it kind of ironic that you both put so much emphasis on marriage and childbirth out of wedlock, which is just the state government recognizing your relationship versus just a strong, healthy relationship without government involvement?
Okay, that first of all,
I love the sigh. I'm ready for it.
All right, so this idea that number one, like marriage being, I don't know where people have gotten off assuming that either the sanctity of it or the legitimacy of marriage is something that is state orchestrated or authorized by the state because it's something that they acknowledge. I think that's fucking nonsense. Not just it being fucking nonsense, it's ahistorical as well. So I'm not really sure what the logic is behind it. It's one that you want to talk about libertarianism. I think that's coming from a position of that where it's like, okay, well, the state authorized or something, or they have their greasy hands involved in it, and therefore that is bad. I think that's an intellectually lazy way to look at things. Ahistorical as well.
No, I agree, because here, I'll ask you the question. If the state had no involvement with marriage, if your marriage was, are you a religious man?
Yes.
Okay. So if your marriage is between you, your wife, and God, and the state has no say in it, would you still get married to your wife?
Yes.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Funny how that works, huh? Funny how that works.
Yeah. And personally, I would actually prefer that. Like, that's what I would want. That's what I've been arguing.
We've advocated, like, getting the state out of getting the state out of like marriage and all of that. So I don't understand that point.
Yeah, because that solved the gay marriage problem way better.
Bingo.
And way faster than anything 100%. Else.
Yes.
Cause again, as like, I don't give a fuck what people do. And there should be no special recognition for marriage by the state, in my opinion. I know there are people who think that they want the state to incentivize marriage through tax breaks and stuff like that. I actually would prefer they don't.
Yes, right there with you.
Because I don't think the state has any business in that, and I don't think the state should have any business in how I define my marriage.
100%.
And how somebody else does theirs. Like that's the whole reason why they're like, and I think, let me be very clear on this. I think polyamory is the path to destruction. I think it will ruin your life. I think it will ruin the lives of people around you. I don't think anybody should ever fucking even dabble in it. I think it's one of the most dangerous things. I think men are suckered into it because they think I get to have sex with 2 women. And I think that is it plays on man's base desire rather than his rationality. And so I think that it's horrifically toxic. However, the problem with polyamorous relationships and marriages in regards to the state solely comes with the taxation questions.
Yes.
Like that's where the whole issue comes from. I don't fucking care if people want to try and make it work, and some people do. They can go do that. Doesn't bother me. I don't want the state to have anything to say with it. And I don't see how consenting adults should be told by the state that they shouldn't do it. I'll call you a fucking idiot all day for being in a polyamorous relationship, because I think it's wrong. I think I think as a dude, you're really setting yourself up to be fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
But if you want to do it, I mean, just call me retarded and move on.
Yeah, 100%. Right there with you.
Balian says, Nick, your music industry point is spot on. Case in point, Tom McDonald. Dude grinds hard and uses YouTube in that exact manner. Ripa, when are you guys going to collab? You and Tom McDonald.
I've heard that so often. Like, you know, people are like, hey, man, you should collaborate. Me, believe it or not, me and him, I haven't talked. Me and him haven't talked or anything. I haven't had any experience with him, like in terms of conversation or anything. So I don't know. That's something that you guys proposed to him, and maybe we collaborate, make something happen. But, you know, I'm more interested definitely now, considering that, you know, I put out that little mixtape that I put out was my first like rap only project that I put out in over a decade. I'm more interested in making, you know, metal music than I am anything else. So that's where I'm at.
A couple more of these, and then I think we need to do the daily unbreaded.
All right.
I think it needs to happen. Snowboard Dan says, did you have a moment in your life, Ripa, when you woke up and said, hold on a minute, when did you realize they were lying?
Well, look, I had 2 given moments where I changed my trajectory, right? Like I said, I grew up banging. I know a lot of people get this fucking YouTube shit twisted because they see what I am now. And people understanding, you know, this is a night and day difference from who I was when I was growing up, right? This tamed guy is completely different from what it was that I was. So I had 2 forks. I don't want to say 2 forks in a row, but there were 2 instances from a, I guess, ideological standpoint. There was an instance where I, you know, was deep in the whole being an idiot, banging and shit and beefing with other cats, where for the first time that came into conflict with someone that I was with at the time in a relationship. I was 17, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys, groups of cats who, you know, just petty beef shit, ended up pulling up on me when I was with her. So that was the first time that I had been in an experience where my actions were jeopardizing the life of someone else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that shit does something to you. Like, at least it did for me. Like, that it's one thing for you to come jump me or whatever, shoot at me. Like, that ain't nothing. Like, that was another day in the books. But for someone else to be caught in the midst of all that has nothing to do with it was something that was different. And I know I started to change kind of my approach to just that. Now, from a philosophical standpoint, now when we get in like liberty and all that value, that came when I was going into college. And first of all, I lost a bunch of arguments because I was too stupid. I was back like when I was like a fucking Marxist or whatever. So I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I just adopted what was convenient at the time.
Yeah.
You know, you lose all those arguments. It does something to you. Want to get more knowledgeable. That's what I did. And thank God I stumbled across the likes of both Thomas Sowell and Dr. Walter E. Williams, which fucking changed my life. Like, that alone. And that sent me down a rabbit hole of economics, you know, learning about the Sowells of the world, learning about Chicago economists. And then, once that crossed into the Hayeks, and Hayeks turned into these two guys behind me and Mises and Murray Rothbard, and there was no turning around certainly after that. But it was economics was the subject that did it for me, and certainly learning about that made me want to sort of start to change. So I had that from, like I say, just you had the ideological change, and then you had the philosophical change kind of years after.
Yeah, that's crazy, because that's how it works, right? Like it's something. And then that's the amazing thing, is that something that happened to you has happened 1,000 times. And for whatever reason, the person in that scenario just went, that's just part of the game.
Yep.
Instead of saying, this is fucked up.
Yep.
Right. And that's where we need to teach people. Like, and it's crazy, because libertarians don't typically believe that we have a responsibility to the others that can be imposed on us. Right. Like the state can't tell you that chick's life was your responsibility, but we're free to make our own moral decision that, hey, my decisions here, my life choices have now impacted this person. And that's something I need to consider, because that's not who I want to be.
Yeah, exactly.
And we didn't need a state to tell us that. And
true.
And actually, most of the time, the crazy thing is the state doesn't tell us that yet. They're trying in some respects, but largely they don't. And so then people take that as, well, the state doesn't say I have to do it, so therefore I have permission to not care. And it's like, no, you have your own soul, for lack of a better word. I don't mean the Christian sense. I just mean you have your own soul to worry about, and how that washes on you at the end of the day. Do you go home and take a shower and scrub yourself down because you feel like shit for what you did during the day? And if you did, change your life.
Yeah.
But Steve C says, donation for the Law Nerd Clips Defense Fund. I'm not going to charge her for that shit. Lucas is amazing. Murphy says, Nick, how can you not dispute my detractors calling me a chameleon? For this, I will be big mad and call you a weasel. I demand you defend me, since I'm a cuck apparently and can't defend myself. You got to do it for me. It's so weird. I've only ever had positive interactions with Lucas, not very many, but I rated him on Twitch a couple times, said good things about him. And I was repeating what I have heard about him. I literally don't know.
Yeah.
So, it's too bad, but if he wants to be mad about it, he can be mad about it. Like I said, I'm reachable, very reachable. Squizgar says, let's see troll today's. Poorly redacted says, donating for more Ripicata streams. Mandy Karavich says, vigor is useless. No matter how big your hit point bar is, you still get 2-shot by everything. You're doing the right thing, Nick. Thank you. Thank you. Marsupio Gamer, blue slimes are from Dragon Quest, not Fire Emblem. Nick is a fake geek gamer girl, confirmed. Oh shit. Sheepsidian, one of the best villains in cinema is Black, Simon, Phoenix, and Demolition Man. Not only does it nail with these supremely judgmental weirdos SJWs want, it also outlines why the state is a bigger headache than the sheepdog. Dude, Snipes in Demolition Man was great.
Yep.
And you hate him. He's such a fucker.
Yep.
Taco the Turtle says, finally got a chance to meet Vic Mignogna last weekend in Vegas. Super awesome guy, and I got a hug, lol. Oh my goodness, 10 years from now, he's going to get sued again. Blackwing, abolish income tax and roll out a national sales tax. No more marriage taxation question, among other things. What do you think about that?
About what? Like sale? Wait, repeat that one more time?
Abolishing the income tax.
Yes.
And doing all taxes through a national sales tax.
Obviously, if it was up to me, I mean, the ideal portion of me would be like, fuck all of it. But yeah, obviously a consumption tax is more preferable to, let's say, income. Someone taxes just your general income.
Why do you hate poor people?
Just the poor person in me, I guess. I hate myself, or what I once was.
Self-hating poor.
Yeah, self-hating poor is what it is that I am. I certainly am, because if you're against the state stealing money from people and then pissing the money away, then you are against poor people and black people and everybody not white and male, I guess.
I always hear that. They're like, well, it's very unfair for poor people to have to pay taxes on food and their basic necessities. Like, well, two things. One, no, it isn't. Two, I mean, if everybody else is paying a consumption tax, then everybody can pay a consumption tax. But two, if that is not the case, then I'm actually okay with exempting some certain amount of consumption or like food or whatever from the consumption tax. But remembering that we're not having a general income tax, like we're not having these things. And it's all like it's one tax, and you don't have an IRS, and you don't have a fucking tax return. You don't have any of this shit. And your charitable contributions are just charitable at that point. You don't get this exemptions, and you don't have depreciation and all these fucking losses and all this carry forward shit that you hate that corporations do. Like, oh, GE didn't pay any taxes. Well, that's because the rules allowed them not to. But if you just nail it down to a consumption tax, and literally everybody is on the same playing field, and how in the fuck can that ever be unjust? And if it's unjust to poor people, then it's literally unjust to everybody, and lower the fucking rate.
That's true. That's facts. That's fucking facts. That's fucking facts, man. Yeah, the tax question is interesting, man, because so many people like look at that as, they don't even look at it from the economic impact. A lot of them, they look at it like a form of punishment, which is why you have so many people that advocate like the income tax or raising taxes on people that have money and all of that, even though it doesn't make any sense, because you look at it logically speaking, like in the federal sense. Never mind, I live in Texas, so I don't get income tax. But never mind, like just with the federal government every single year tells you they are going to spend money that they don't have. Like they're going to deficit spend. They literally tell you that. They know, even though, the Keynesians, it's an impossible task. They can try to get close, but they always have, well, we're going to make this amount of money in this year. And like, it's kind of hard to guess. But even despite that number, even if we accepted it as true, like they're like, all right, well, it's going to be X amount of trillion of dollars that we're going to bring in due to taxes and all of that. And you're like, they still say, all right, we're going to fucking spend the money that we know we're not going to get. We're still going to spend it anyway, and damn be the consequences.
And double it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So they tell you that. Congress tells you that every single year. So for a person to act like the money is better suited to be taken from by way of the state so they could spend it, even though they've shown you in every way, shape, or form that they're going to be as inefficient as they possibly can with it, at that point, it's to me just envious. Right? It's like they look at it like, when they always mention, because it has nothing to do, the state is showing you in no way, or rather the federal government in this case is showing you in no way that they are going to spend your money efficiently. So at this point, it's just, you want to punish people that have more money than you, or the person that you think has too much money and stuff like that. And it's more of an envious thing than rather an economic thing, which is why they look at it like that person has too much money, therefore they should be paying more in taxes. And you like, why? Like you ask them why, why, for what reason? Like the government's not spending money efficiently right now. For what reason? Well, just because they got a bunch of money. So it's envy, just envy at that point.
Yeah, it's never made sense. They can't support it with a rational argument. Well, because it's fair. Well, how's it fair that they pay more as a percentage than you do? Well, they pay less as a percentage, but they don't have, like, at one, they actually don't, because I know you're broke ass and you're not paying fucking shit.
You're not a net taxpayer anyway. Yeah.
But two, even if they are, that's because the government wrote the rules in that way also. And we should get that. And shouldn't it be level? Shouldn't everyone, like, if you're going to do an income tax, which I disagree with, because not ironically, but incidentally, income taxes do not target people who are wealthy. It targets people who are earners, which means you're targeting production specifically. And it's like, why are we targeting production? I don't want the government to target production. I want the government to incentivize production.
Yes.
So let's stop that. I want people to make all of the fucking money, and then I want them to spend it as they will or save it as they will. And then they can choose their own level of taxation at that point.
Yeah.
One last one. John Roberts says, here's your money for the pain and suffering of the sentencing hearing. Dude, that was way too fucking long. Smollett's lawyers were dragging that shit out like crazy. Okay. It is time for the Okay, so the way this works is I have an 803-page manifesto from a crazy man named Matthew Harris, and this is a black man who wrote the manifesto. There are many gamer words in it. So he uses the N word 10,386 times.
Jesus.
It's it's excessive. It's excessive. But he also really hates Jews, also Italians, and Asians. So what I do is I have this random number generator that picks a page between 1 and 803, and then we just read it out of any context. So here we go. We're clicking down numbers. 626. We've been rolling heavy on the 600s lately, and they have been nothing but good. 626. Oh no. Okay. So yeah, I'll ask you if you want to read. Oh my God. There's only like a couple. There's only a few gamer words on here, but if you want to read, you can. Otherwise, I can do it. I tend to do it in like different styles. A lot of times it's like slam poetry style or something, because I find that the flow works that way. But you can make it your own.
All right.
Can you read this? Okay.
Yes, I can see it.
All right. As you get down to 48, I'll scroll up.
Okay.
And you just go.
All right. So. Well, I'm starting right in. I don't care that it's cut off from the sentence. What page is this again?
This is PDF page 626. Right, yeah, you start at you.
All right, so it says, you like a used mattress on a curb. I got there and there was no help. Someone on the outside, it might help to know it's tied with all of the top places in the rankings they care about, quotes, in the field. Thank God they're irrelevant. There was an effort to hang me high and dry, to see me disappear. Whereas white boys got funding and help for years.
Preach.
I did everything I was supposed to do. That's the point. Brand new research teaching classes no one's ever taught, and research that's unlike how anyone looked at race, which is what I was told would be excited about. Get blood cancer. Everyone should been excited about. I did a service to society and they saw the value, because that's why they gave me that position in the first place. But then, was it too effective? You Anna Rawls?
I don't know what that is, but I'm with it. Fuck you, Anna Rawls.
Why?
You can censor the gamer words if you want. You don't have to. It's up to you.
Why would they suddenly just stop supporting the only in on the job, only one around at all? Why suddenly just drop me from the field and act like no one noticed? How is that? How is that I get that far and then, there's no more room for me? Bullshit. I guess you don't know how relevant I am.
Relevance. Let's get it.
I guess you don't know how much you need what I have to say. I guess you don't know how much what I have to say is more value than the shit you are paying people for, and you're going to regret that for the rest of your life, AJ.
Yeah, fuck you, AJ.
Neither worth shit. Blood cancer. They promised me a position at UCLA at the start, then out of nowhere, shrugged and left me completely out for no reason. They went from saying, don't worry, we got you, to nah, sorry, can't help you. It wasn't sorry, can't help you. It was, don't do philosophy anymore, back away from the philosophy.
Stay back.
They basically tried to tell me, back away from the philosophy. We are investigating you, back away from the philosophy. Which means I was on to something.
Had to be on to something.
There must be our reason. Probably that I will not be controlled. Not even comparing it to anyone. There's no one, period, that does what I research.
No one does this.
Cutting edge in ways that benefit society and people who fucking need it. Cutting edge in ways that would have made my life better as an end. Things that make society better.
things that will make society run more effectively, things that span from technology to politics to outer space,
Outer fucking space.
things that span from tech to how kids are educated, to how science thinks and defines what it means to be black, and all these things that matter a lot. Basically, one of the most relevant scholars of the entire academy and the entire university system.
All of it.
You don't make it from nowhere to UCLA.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. This has been our day.
Unbread.
So good.
This is a healthy man.
Oh man, he's got it all upstairs, man.
He's got it figured out. Everybody else has it wrong. That's the trick.
Exactly.
Everybody else has got blood cancer.
Blood cancer, man. That's fucking hilarious, man.
Oh,
It's good. It's so good.
this dude has given me 800 days of content.
Nice. Absolutely amazing.
Have you ever seen his original unbreaded clip?
I saw you talking about the origin of it. I don't think I've seen the original clip.
All right, let me get it real quick.
Yeah.
Let's see if we've got the honored clips. Oh shit. Oh, this is me reacting to it. Let me get the original.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. This is him. This is Matthew Harris. And I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Like I genuinely don't know, but this is where unbreaded comes from specifically. So here we go.
Touchdown. Paper? Unbreaded. Nope. Touchdown. On paper? Unbreaded. Right.
Yeah.
Touchdown. On paper? Unbreaded. Touchdown. Paper? Unbreaded. Right. Touchdown. Paper? I never gave a shit. This was never to these. Touchdown. Paper? Unbreaded. Die.
Yeah. Nails it every time.
So was he like writing a hook for like a
I don't know.
for a rap song? That's what it sounds like. He's kind of like bobbing, like
Yeah.
is he coming up with a hook or something? Like it sounds like he's trying to. I don't know where he was going with it, but
He's got a ways to go to be Nate Dogg, but I'm with it.
yeah. He's trying to come up with a little hook there.
Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to figure it out because he doesn't.
So that guy sent you the manifesto.
No, not me. He
I thought-
posted it.
Oh, so
This
he
is
posted it.
Yeah, this guy is a former philosophy professor. He's got a doctorate of philosophy from Duke University, and he was a professor at UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
Professor at UCLA for 1 year. Had some shit happen. Gave everybody in the class a C except for the hot chicks who all got A's. And then the university had to go in and correct the grades and make everybody A's. He also sent out his own homemade pornography to a bunch of female students.
Jesus.
That might have been a problem.
But
But then,
not appropriate.
yeah, so then he posts this 800-page manifesto on the UCLA philosophy department's message board. He also sends all of those professors a bunch of death threats. Like legit, I'm going to come shoot you in the face with this type of gun death threats. Not like, I hope you die, you piece of garbage, right? Like actual, I'm going to murder you as soon as I can get to LA death threats. And then he uploaded also over 200 videos to YouTube in one day. And that was one of the videos he uploaded.
Jesus.
And, I mean, the man is stable. He is the pinnacle of stability.
He's got it all upstairs and all figured out. You got to watch those philosophy guys, man. They sometimes, maybe we are the crazy ones, and he's the one that's got it all figured out.
He's got it. He's got it. I'm a convert. I'm a convert. I'm with him. I'm like blood cancer.
Blood cancer.
He's red pilled me on Italians. He's like, they're almost as disgusting as Greeks and Arabs. So I'm with him on that. Fuck Italians. None of this spaghetti bullshit around here. The dude is wild.
Golly, that guy's out of there. Fucking out of there. I don't know. Sam fucked up shit though. I mean, when did that happen? Because he sounds like he fit right in the university setting nowadays.
Yeah, well, he was a professor in 2020 to 2021 school year.
Oh, so that was relatively
just
recent.
happened.
So this just happened. Yeah, so he fit
Yeah.
right in. I guess they say he crossed the line.
He got arrested for all the emails. Because I was looking at his manifesto, and I haven't read all of it, but I've skimmed through a lot, and I don't see any actual threats in there. Like I see a bunch of crazy talk, but what is like a legally actionable threat is a very specific thing. He doesn't have any. But then what the news stories didn't talk about was the actual the emails that he sent, where I read a couple of those, and yeah, he's fucking threatening people. Yeah, that was credible. And he tried to buy a gun. He tried to go do just out of curiosity, you have to make a prediction on this. What do you think broke this man? What made him write this manifesto? Because I have a theory, and I'm just curious, like, if you had to throwing a dart.
Like, man, what would make him go insane like that? That's tough. I guess I would have to read more of the Daily Unbreaded to really and that manifesto to really grasp what I think. What I think did it for him.
It's I'll tell you. One of his co-professors was a blonde woman of German descent, a white blonde woman, and it sure looks like she had sex with a white man and a Jewish man, and not him.
Oh, so it comes somehow tracks back to the white women.
Always no simps, right? You can't simp, can't do it.
God damn it,
can't do it.
Come on, man.
What do you think about? Okay, this is branching from that topic, but what do you think about this Twitch culture, right? Like what's up with Twitch right now? Because like I've clearly expressed my love and affection for a nice pair, right?
Yes.
But when I go on Twitch, I see so much cleavage that I can't even be excited about it. It's fucking weird, man.
Yeah, that they have obviously tapped into a marketplace, and Twitches seem to be okay. Certainly with it. I'm not a fan, obviously, of that type of stuff. Just like as far as the core issue with it is that the thing that was cool about Twitch was that when it first kind of was getting off the ground was that it seemed like a space for just, legit gamers. Like, before it bounced into like the whole, well, we're just going to be on there just to stream whatever, I could paint fucking pictures. But back, when it was more about gaming, it felt like a cool space. And as with anything, when more people become more acclimated to it, it gets to warp into whatever it's going to warp in. The difference between, I guess, Twitch and maybe something that is more I don't know, geared towards us is that Twitch said, all right, fuck it, we're going to embrace that. And I don't know if that had more to do with the Amazon thing, like that basically inheriting that and that adopting more of a corporate model. And I don't know if that had more to do with it, but yeah, now it's just there's a lot of chicks with they fucking shit out. And
dude, it is crazy. Like, and I don't, I want to be very clear. I don't think women should do that. I think it's just, again, I think it's destructive. I think you're cheapening yourself and degrading yourself. But I mean, if that's what you want to do, I'm not here to stop you. I'm not your dad. I don't fucking care.
Right.
But at the same time, like, these dudes have got to stop.
Yeah, that's the core. Well, I mean, that's why they do it, Nick. I mean, like, so let me say, I've talked about this extensively before. I did like a big long form. I don't know if so I gotta see you that video. I did it back in
please.
Like this big long form video talking about that, because generally I hadn't talked about it. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna talk about it. I did this long form. I broke down like kind of the that was back when I broke down, like, all right, they do all of this shit with the cameras geared this way, and they can kind of be 3 miles away from their fucking keyboard so they can show all of that shit. I broke down
How many clips and pictures are in there for science?
for science. I know I got 3 of them for sure. Like, because I had some comparisons. I was like, all right, see, this is what they're doing. Look at this in comparison to what I'm doing, what they're doing. And I remember backing up in my chair, showing them like what it was that I know. I remember Gothix posted that video of me talking about it. But no, breaking down the science basically of it all. But see, the thing about Twitch, it was a perfect, ripe community for that type of person to thrive off of, right?
Yeah.
They recognize that. So it's like, you got to understand, it was predominantly a male audience that was into like kind of the Twitch gaming space anyway. Not saying that there weren't women a part of it. It was just dominated by them. And generally speaking, and I say this as a fucking gamer, you know, nerds may, how do I say this to be more polite? Let's say
nerds like tits, but don't have good access to tits.
All right, yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. That's the perfect certain way to put it. So that audience was certainly ripe for anybody. I mean, you're talking about some of these women's are 5s at best, but it doesn't matter.
God, you know what I mean? Some of them are embarrassing.
Yeah, you know. So, but they have a market, if you will, or a pool of people that are responsive to that. You know what I mean? And I don't even know how to. I've thought about this. I don't know how you even address that, like with the audience. Like, you shouldn't be fucking like, come on, man. Like, have some dignity. Stop that shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're not even getting anything out of it. Now, I'm not advising that you go fucking link up with someone outside. I'm just saying, like, you're not even getting nothing out of this, man. Like, what are you doing, bro?
The crazy thing is that there are plenty of women on Twitch who can be successful without degrading themselves.
Right, correct.
It is like and it's still like simpery is a problem in general in life. Like, simpery is just a thing that will be with us forever. Men are biologically wired to try and provide for women, and this short circuits that biological wiring, in my opinion, in my very unlearned opinion. I think that's what it does. It says men have a built-in thought that they will provide for women, and therefore that will give them access to reproduction. And so women have figured out a way to without ever giving access to reproduction, to short circuit that to acquire resources from men.
Okay. Yeah.
And like, again, I'm not saying that in a nefarious way. I think that's just what's happening.
Yeah.
Because guys see breasts and they go, if I give money to that, it will bring those to me. And then it feeds that little need just long enough, but it doesn't ever satisfy it. So they come back and do it again and again and again. So they figured that out. But these guys have got to stop, because they're throwing resources at something. And I mean, the other day I did the dumb thing. I clicked on Amaranth, and then I clicked on the recommended streamers following it. There's 7 of them. And I could not, if I closed my eyes, I could not tell you a difference. Because all I heard was,
oh yeah, the whole ear licking shit. Yeah,
it's all it was. There was not a word. There was not a moment of silence. There was nothing but licking through 6 different channels. And I was like, you know what? We're fucking hopeless. It's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
I mean, that's if there is a doomer way to look at it, it's like the fact that they were able to thrive like that is like, that does show that there's a cultural issue there. Like, there's a legitimate cultural problem that has to be addressed. How we address that, I really don't know. But the only way that they thrive off of that is, you know, the fact that, again, there's this big pool of people that act in the same exact fucking way, that are, for whatever reason, willing to just line the pockets up of these people who are, again, like I said, some of these are fucking 5s at best anyway. But they're thirsty enough to give them that. And again, the most pathetic part of it is, like, you're not even getting up. I'm not saying that I could justify it, or I would sit here and try to justify it if you were getting something out of it. But you're not getting nothing out of it. Like, at this point, there's a bunch of y'all doing the same thing for that one person. And but yeah, that speaks to a cultural issue. That speaks to a core cultural problem. And I really don't know how it is that we we address that. Like I wouldn't even know how to lead the conversation with someone if I got one of those that are lining up your usual simp, and I got to have a sit down conversation with. Like, how do I even approach that? Like, aside from just saying, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, and why? You know what I mean? Like,
And I think that's what we got to do. We got to just tell
yeah,
men, what the fuck are you doing?
yeah.
Spending your money on this. And then women, what the fuck are you doing to yourself? Like,
That's another point. Yeah, yeah,
is money worth this? Because like, well, we know from Jack Murphy, right? Like you can spread your ass and talk about the hot fucking college boys all day, right? But are you actually like? I have a hard time because I'm trying to figure out if Jack Murphy meant it, like if he
yeah.
meant that he wants to have sex with hot young men, or if he was just saying that to try and appeal to an audience that will throw money at him. I don't actually know the answer
Right,
to that
right.
because there's this monetary involvement. So it's like the same thing with these, like, what are you doing? Is this worth your dignity?
Yeah, that's the
Is it
biggest thing.
worth it?
Right? Is it worth that? Like, and is any money in the world worth that? Or rather, for you, you know, you're not getting anything out of it other than maybe a visual from it, or I don't know, you get to see your name wrote on a fucking chalkboard or some shit. Like,
Now I could see my name written across a pair of
oh,
titties.
that's true. That's true. You can't get that.
You got to give 100.
I forget. Yeah, I was about to say it's in tears, man. It's in fucking tears, depending on where they write your name or whatever. But yeah,
If I
like
give her $1,000, will she cry while writing it?
yeah,
That's what I
it's
want to
like
know.
but no, that's a straight up cultural problem that yeah, it goes both ways. It's like on the dude as well as on the, you know, the chick, and obviously they feel it worth it because they think the money is all of that. But I also don't know long term wise how sustainable that is either. So why would you want to
Yeah.
go all in on that? Because in the event, let's say that, and I don't think Twitch is going to do it. They've shown the opposite. Like, because what happens if Twitch says, you know, I don't know, they have some corporate structural change and they say we're fucking for real done with it this time. Like, say the
Yeah.
cultural pendulum, because I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but I'm not going to say it can't. That the
Right.
cultural pendulum starts to swing back at some point, and then they get ahead of it by saying, okay, this is different from what the audience, or rather more so how Twitch get paid in that regards, it would be the advertisers have
Yep.
said that this is not anything that we want to generally be associated with. Then
They did it with the hot tubs, right? Like the
true.
hot tub streams, they're like, you know what? Advertisers are saying fuck off. And so they separated it out and you can't run ads on the hot tub streams anymore.
Yeah.
Which like that was a big wake up call because that was easy fucking money printer for these chicks for a while.
Mhm.
And now it's the ASMR. At some point, someone is going to figure out that them sitting there licking those ear microphones for fucking 12 hours at a time is a guy fantasizing that that's the sound of his dick being sucked. But
Yeah.
it isn't. It isn't. And these guys need to stop.
They gotta chill out, man. They
Just
gotta fucking
just
chill
get a
out.
fleshlight. Like it's cheaper. Just get like
It
if
is
that's what you
cheaper.
need.
It is fucking cheaper. You know what I mean? If you got to get your fix, but I look, man, I guess that stems from a lot of just you know, and you know, it's funny you mentioned the Murphy cat. I do think that a lot of, you know, you kind of self-help gurus have also preyed on those same types of people, right? Where it's like they're trying to get them to see, you know, that's where you got this like alpha male kind of all hyper focus on that, trying to get you out of that. And I think they're preying on the same kind of people, and these are broken individuals that just don't got their fucking shit together and are naive as all get out. Because, you know, I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like deep down these guys got to know that they fucking up, like in some way. Like, because even if you doing some shit,
Well, Jack did.
okay,
Right.
so
He tried to hide that shit.
Right,
Like he
exactly.
knew
He knew, yeah.
how damaging it would be if that shit came out. He tried to hide it. He couldn't get it off the internet fast enough because somebody's always fucking archived it already.
Mhm.
And they do. I think they do know. What they hope is that their platform will be big enough to ignore the spark. Like the spark will be snuffed out by people, and then they just fucking pray that they get there fast enough that it won't matter, because we see it happen all the time. Same with like these televangelist guys, right?
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
well, you got 9 hookers in the closet of your church.
Yeah.
Joel Osteen, I love Joel Osteen, by the way. I think he's fucking hilarious. But when they found the fucking money that was stolen from the church in the walls, it's like, Joel, I mean, come on, brother. Like, you thought no one's gonna, you're never gonna do a fucking renovation on this thing. When this shit keeps happening, these guys know, they just always hope they'll be big enough to outdo the fraud. They'll apologize, and then they'll move forward.
Yeah.
And they'll take a little hit, but they know that they've got a core.
Right.
And you're on social media. I'm on social media. We know that core matters 100 times more per person than everybody else for sustainability. It's not that they actually matter more. Don't twist my words, guys. But for like sustainability of a brand, that core of support, the 80% of your income is going to come from 20% of the people.
Yeah.
And that's the 80-20 rule is universal. It is fucking time tested in every single industry, in every single way. And they think that if they can get that 20 big enough, fast enough, they'll weather whatever storm there is. And as long as they didn't fuck up hard enough to ruin the 20.
Yeah.
But
I'm right there with you.
Okay, it's getting late, but I wanted to hit one last subject with you.
Okay.
Before we wrap up, because I think this is really important, and I probably should have hit it a lot sooner, but it's what you're doing with comics right now, because you are building something, and it's different. Like, I love, everybody knows, I love Ethan Van Sciver, I love Doug TenNapel, I love these tons of independent creators. Yellow Flash, RGE, they've got their comics in the works and stuff, and I'm a huge supporter of all of that. I love independent comic creation, but you're doing something different. You got a different model. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, and let me preface it by saying this, because I talked to Ethan on the phone about this the other day, because there are unfortunately some weirdos that act like because my model is different, it somehow is destructive to their model, which I think is fucking stupid, by the way.
Yeah, that's strange.
To think that. But so now that that's out the way, my approach to comic books is going to be different. You know what I mean? So a lot of people that are in our space, the people that we're all friends with, Nick just named off, a lot of them have done it and they've been able to do it off of the crowdfund, typical kind of, whether they're using Indiegogo or whatever. You usually use that to, dictate, okay, how many books am I going to get printed or whatever it is they're going to do. That's how they do it.
Takes care of the inventory problem.
Right, exactly. Whereas to me, my aspirations, being a long-time comic book guy and also being blessed enough to have, whether it be the following it is that I have, and being able to have multiple streams of income, where I'm saying, you know what, it's funny. It goes back to, I'm actually glad we're talking about this as our more last subject, because it talks about, or rather we have to discuss everything that we just discussed before. It's all part of that. And that is that we can be competitive in this market. So what I did was saw that there was a type of audience that like, for example, when I grew up reading comics, and that, there's something special about the American comic book culture. Now, yes, they're getting destroyed right now in their own fucking market by the Japanese.
Yeah.
But I think that's more attributed to how bad their shit is, because the Japanese have been doing what they've been doing forever. So when you see this rise, I think it also goes.
Look, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
Fuck you, chat. Here it comes. The Japanese do not tell good stories. They don't do it. Not for an American audience. I know all of you very dark, brooding Berserk fans, whatever, and you're very refined. I know it takes a very high IQ to understand manga, but they do not tell good stories to Western audiences. The Asian storytellers have struggled with Western audiences forever. And just because there's a subculture of weebs who have been supporting them does not mean that they're actually good at it in the context of westernized culture. And I know Chad is going to be so fucking pissed, but guess what? They've been bad at it. They're still bad at it. They're the same storytellers that they were before. And that's fine.
True. That is very true. That is, and I want to piggyback off of that, because this is the point that I made. I think that the rise in it, and like definitely in manga in the West, is more attributed to how shit American comic books are now.
because like you've mentioned, there has not been a change in like the Japanese approach to comics or how they do their comics. It's really much of the same shit it has been 20 years, 20, 30 years. It's the same shit. It's just that now people are adopting it more. And I think that's because there's a void that needed to be filled. And some people have maybe off their, their fix on that. However, I still think they're, like you mentioned, in the terms of American story telling, Western storytelling, that there is something about definitely the approach of the American comic book culture that is still a void worth filling. And what I am going to try to do with this comic book company.
Wait, real quick, guys, everybody talking about the current American comic industry and why manga's outselling it. You're not going to find any argument from me. That doesn't make Japanese storytelling good. It just makes it better than fucking trash.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Look, Subway is better than trash.
I love how Nick's doubling down.
My chat hates this subject because I do this with video games and I do it with manga, and I'll do it again. I'll do it tomorrow. Fuck you, chat.
Absolutely love it. But like, I am trying to, because I look at less of my competitors being with like people that are buds and like, friendly competition. Yeah, that's one thing. But I do generally think, looking at the trajectory of Marvel and DC, for example, I do think that they can be competed with. I literally, by Americans, I'm not talking about what the mangas, I'm talking about by the Americans, and not maybe in the movie sense and animation sense and the merchandise sense, yes, but in the comic book sense, yes. I believe they for sure can be competed with. So I am fronting the cost. That's what makes the biggest difference. And this is not a knock, again, to those that are doing the crowdfunding shit. That's not what this is. But my sights are big. My aspirations are big. So I am going into it with, okay, we're going to come up with original stories and all of that. And we're going to try to be competitive in this certain market. And I want there to be a quicker turnaround from when a quick turnaround. And I ain't say quicker in terms of comparison to maybe some of my colleagues, which again, that's their model. It makes sense for them. But I think if I'm going to set my sights on these guys, then I have to say, you know what? When the audience sees the product, they can purchase the product. They should have a quicker turnaround. And that's the rapport that I want to build with the audience.
Right.
So I'm fronting the cost. Like I've talked about.
That's not a commentary about a different business model. That's just a business model.
It's just a business model, which is mine. So while people may do it a different way, I have the benefit of being able to front the cost. So when I can spend 30 grand to get the books printed or whatever. So I can spend that. I can spend that also on my warehouse that I'm getting, that we're in the process of finalizing as well. But also the Indiegogo route. It's funny. I don't know if you know that there's some people in our space dealing with the whole deplatforming thing. Maybe I think it's false copyright strike stuff that's happening, and people's Indiegogos are being taken down. And it's funny. We caught it.
John Della Rose, right, is dealing with that shit from a leprechaun, I think.
Right, and
a very reddish man.
Yes.
Why? Wait, all the redheads are being replaced, except this one.
So you're dealing with that, right? And you look at it like, well, at least I do. That's the point. Like, this is why I said I would rather pay. Now, one, I can't justify the fine. I think I talked when you were out here in Dallas. I think I talked to you about this. Like, I couldn't justify the 5% to give them anyway. I just couldn't. I was like, I already have the money. Yes, they have the infrastructure and all that, but I can also pay someone, my programmers and developers, to build that, and I can have my own version of what it is that they have and not have to give them money off the top.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that shit out for myself.
For yourself. Yeah, we talked now. Remember, we actually talked about that when you were out here. So I am trying to build a completely independent aspect of the comic book scene, but also I just want people to generally feel good about making a purchase, because I do think that, again, there are people that are into comics. There are people that want to get into American comics, but they recognize that Marvel, DCs of the world, really all of these guys, whether you go Dark, they're all fucking compromised. Image, they're all compromised. And you won't want to give money to people that fucking hate you, right? Is ultimately what it boils down to.
So I'm trying to be competitive in that sense, but also start building a rapport with my audience so we can put out books quicker, put out more books as our team continues to grow. And it's more of what you expect for really any merchandise sort of purchase. You expect, hey, everybody's all about speed, right? It's like, I see it, I want it. I always quote Lil Flip, the rapper: see it, want it, buy it, own it. So that's what I want people to get used to. And this is why this model makes the most sense for me, that I front the cost. That way it's quicker turnarounds for them. Even if we run it in a campaign, those fulfillment processes start relatively early. And that's because I can afford to fucking do it. But also, if I am going to be a competitor with them, then that's kind of what I have to do. So it's bold, it's ambitious. It's something that's going to cost me a lot of fucking money. I'm probably spending on up with $100,000 with the, the legal bullshit, up to paying my artists and all that, up until paying all of the merchandise items that'll be associated with the first initial campaign. Ain't no bank loan or nothing. This is me reaching into my own pocket and spending it. And maybe it's a leap of faith. I'm fine with that. But I do think it's going to pay out in the long run. And this is something that I'm really, really fucking passionate about. And this is arguably going to be the biggest project that I've ever fucking been a part of. And I'm excited as all get out.
Well, that's what it is, though, right? Like, that's what creation is. It's audacity.
Yeah.
Stupid fucking Obama. He made that word taboo with his gay book that I hate. But that's what it is. It's the audacity of hope. Like, the title of his book is fine. The rest of his book is sus.
Yeah.
But it's this, no, I'm going to have the audacity. I'm going to sit here and have everybody tell me I'm wrong, because I'm going to bet on me.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet on this thing. And you're in a unique position to a lot of these guys. Because and again, it's not a knock on crowdfunding as a model. It's just a different model, because you are in a position where you don't need to front load income. You can front load cost and then get income on the back end. And then what you're hopefully doing is eliminating this extra step. You're providing some added value that you're buying. You're buying the value of, I can give you a product today versus someone else who has to wait, 5-6 months. I mean, there are several campaigns that I backed that I don't remember. I got one the other day, got the delivery. I was like, what the fuck is this? I had no idea what I bought. I didn't even remember buying this thing, but it was someone's campaign that I promoted. And I was like, oh, this is cool. I'll buy it. Cause I tend to buy things that I'm going to promote to the audience, of course. Like, if I'm going to ask you to buy it, I should probably do that. But it was so long between when I supported it and when I got it that I still to this day I have no idea when I purchased it, but I did. So cool. It was a nice surprise, but that's the way it goes. That's the cost of that type of business. And people are so desperate for something new, original, and good that they will take that risk. But if we can give them an experience that is, more akin to their traditional buying, they'll take that too.
Absolutely.
So that's why I think that your proposal here has merit, and I think it can be done. I think you're excellently equipped to do it. So I hope you nothing but the best. Where can people find more information about?
Obviously, so a lot of people have gotten it confused because, we have our own website, like the EricDJuly.com, and I got my own membership stuff. It's not going to be associated with that. Rippaverse will have its own website and everything, and so on. We'll build the store now. That's what we're doing right now, and all of that will be on that website. We'll get that launched to you guys soon enough. Again, it's the weirdest part of this whole ordeal has been, it's less about people wishing the failure, but more the people that think my model should be like someone else's, and then taking issue with what it is that I'm doing because I'm not doing it that way. So it's like, for example, people want me to be further along in the process than what I am. So it's like, hey, so-and-so is, because I announced this last year that I was going to be taking the steps to get this done. First book, is 100 pages, right? So you get people, you're not showing anything. And I'm like, because they're maybe accustomed to people that are in our space showing them something and then, delivering that book later at a later date. And I'm like, well, I'm not showing you anything and I'm also not accepting your money.
I'm not asking for your money yet.
Yeah, I'm not messing for your money yet anyway. So why would I be showing you something
in that regard. So some people say, well, it helped get Bill hype. Like, well, we'll do that when we're ready for that to happen. Like, it just goes to show that people are operating as if I'm someone that I'm not, or I'm trying to adopt a model that it is that I don't want to adopt. When we announce it, and this is my thing, I don't want you to be able to look at this shit until you can, you know that, okay, if you are interested in it, generally, you can then purchase it and get it. Right. That's
Right.
what that's how my approach is. I don't want there to be a long standing, because I get it. Like you just mentioned an instance. That's happened to me before. I backed something and I'm like, what the fuck? That was like fucking 2020, like 2020 when that, well, oh shit, it's just not getting here. Like, I don't want my audience to have that expectation, because realistically speaking, no matter how delusional people think that I am, because he says he wants to be able to compete with Marvel. They have 10 years, decades upon decades of success and all of that. You're delusional. Call me to what the fuck ever makes you feel better at night. That's
Yeah,
fine
but tell
with me.
that to Image, right? Like,
True.
tell it to Image. Image came into Marvel, and DC had an effect, still a 50-year lead on Image. And they still came in, and they're not Marvel and DC, but they put out a huge amount of comics.
When they first came out, man, that was a big deal. When Image first came through swinging, that was a big deal, you know.
And they still have the longest running single comic book series ever, which was wildly successful. Obviously, the Spawn comics.
Yep.
To take of a single run of comics, I should say, because obviously, like, Superman has been running longer than Spawn, but always in multiple iterations with reboots and refreshes and all that shit. They still did it, and they put out some other properties that were very successful for a period of time, as a brand does. They'll put out some things, and some things will work, some things won't. But what fuck, Max is still going, right?
Yeah.
Even though that's a weird fucking comic with a weirdo who writes it. But like that, they did it. They came out, and it was just some guys with an idea, and it was a different model than what the current comics industry was. I think maybe that's the libertarian in us, is that we see opportunity where other people see this isn't how things are done.
Right.
It's like, well, so
what? That's been literally my approach. Like, I don't give it like so. And this is why I said I got deja vu with the stuff that I did with the band, because it was the same thing. It was like, hey, you can't do this, or rather, you're not supposed to do it. We're doing this way. And it's like, oh, you're delusional thinking that you're going to do this as you're not signed, nobody's heard of your band, blah, blah, blah. And then we did, and we saw a bunch of success. So I'm like, whatever. My thing is again, I have an idea, and I want to have a rapport to build with the audience. And I can't, rather than having a model and then having to switch the model later, I could just start it off from the gate. Like, this is the expectation that the audience is supposed to have, certainly with this company. And that's just my approach. And I think we're gonna see a lot of success. I would love to get to a point to where, as our team grows and as our universe grows, we get to a point to, it may not be, because I'm thinking of it, think about it. Like, the first book is 100 pages. That's like basically the equal of 5 fucking months of a run for Marvel, because they're only putting out like 20-page fucking books. So maybe
with 3 pages of ads in there.
Yeah, exactly, with ads in them as well. So rather, for me, what it is that I'm doing, the hell was that fail? Anyway, for me,
that's that fucking IKEA furniture bullshit breaking down in real time. How can anybody trust this man to make comic books? He's got that IKEA bullshit in the background.
Bullshit in the background, falling all over the place and shit. And I spent $30 on it. But seriously, like, with this, like, it's all about the like, I would like to get to a point to where, let's say, maybe we put out a book a month. You know what I mean? And that's something to work towards. Like, I don't want to, just a month. And it's not going to be that same character or that team's book, but maybe we get to that point and we work towards it, and there'll be bigger books. And that's going to be going to be my approach, as far as just instead of like 20-page or whatever. So it's ambitious. I completely recognize this. This is an uphill battle. I completely recognize that. And it's the weird thing is that even some people that you think is in our corner, like, it's like acting as if I have a problem because I'm going about it my way, and that's somehow a threat to them. Which, again, I think that's fucking stupid to find that a threat to someone else's model just because I'm doing it my way instead of doing it theirs. When I've done nothing but praise
them for doing, like, all the people that you mentioned, we're in the good graces of. If they're doing it that way, it makes sense for them. It maybe makes sense for 99% of people that are trying to enter that space, but it doesn't make sense for me. You know what I mean? Because I got the money.
Yeah.
I got the money already. So why fucking just go through the motions of doing shit just because everybody else is doing it certainly that way when I can do it this way right from the gate? So I'm excited, man. I'm certainly excited.
Well, I think it depends on if you're also trying to make a book or a universe too.
Yeah,
right. Like,
that's a big part of it
because
too. Yeah.
if I was going to do a book, it would probably be like, because of who I am and how I do things, how my creative process works, it'd be a one run book. And so it like wouldn't make sense for me to try and build up a universe like you're doing. Like you're,
Yeah.
and so like for me, I would probably crowdfund the book. Now, one of the reasons I have yet to crowdfund a book is because I have, I know myself.
Right.
And if I don't have a thing mostly done by the time I'm ready to fund it, I'm going to have troubles fulfilling it. Like I have to be well
Yeah.
into the process because my brain will bounce away from an idea for a long period of time. So I have to have this thing ready to go before I'm asking people for money. Other people don't. Like they need to fund out something, like some period of time for them to do the work. Well,
Yeah.
for in a similar way to you, like I have this show which funds me, and that would fund my time leading up to getting 80% of the way there,
No.
for example. But that's one of the reasons I've never done a book, because I have some ideas. I have some pretty decent ideas that I think would sell, but I also know myself and I know how I work with projects. So
Yeah.
I can't do that. But yeah, I'd like the people who are doing it and are killing it. I got nothing but respect for them.
Same
That's
here.
that's their process. I couldn't do it that way because I'd be one of those guys where it's like, oh, he took all the money. It's like, well, I didn't really take it. It's there, but I've just got sidetracked
Yeah.
doing the project. So if I ever crowdfund a book, you'll know it because it'll be mostly done already.
Yeah.
And I'll be able to show all of the products, similar to what you're saying. I don't
Yeah,
want people
exactly.
I don't want people to be investing in this thing if they can't get it soon.
Exactly.
And that's what I would be doing. But man, I think it's great that you're building something. I think that is like, I am not a manosphere guy. Like the manosphere is such a weird fucking place, but I do think it's built into men generally to try and make something that we don't see. And I tell people all the time, especially whenever any guys ask me for advice, I'm like, do something, make something, do something. Either make you like go lift, work out, self-improve, but otherwise get a hobby and just fucking build anything. I don't care if it's miniatures. I don't care if it's Legos. I don't care.
Right.
Guys, make shit. And that is rewarding for us for whatever reason. So go do that. And then maybe you'll make something that'll get bigger and blow up in your face. Like,
No.
I don't know how you approached YouTube, but mine was an accident for the most part.
I mean, just kind of like that for me. I mean, I've been over here since what, 2006, 2007.
I didn't even know YouTube existed back then.
Yeah, like I've been here I was 16 when I first fucking uploaded my first YouTube video. I was 16 years old, and it just, so happened, some shit happened, random videos back when I was like doing vocal covers and shit.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, God blessing from the algorithm, and here we are. It's luck sometimes.
Okay, let me read a couple chats here, and then I've got a bunch of chats left, but I'll read through these the big ones and the ones over on Odyssey and Rumble, and then if you need to bow out at any time, you can, but otherwise I'll read through the rest of them.
Sweet. Do you think?
Radicalized Ryan sent a Libri Comet. Elgonzo 1 says this one's for Nick, and you motherfucker. Elgonzo 1000 says this one's for Eric. He gave me $5 and you $3. What a piece of shit.
What an asshole.
Zalcor says, seeing my two most watched streamers together again is totally worth the sleep deprivation. Mother Anarchy loves you very much. Ripa, you too, Nick, just a bit less. B98 981 FX0 says, don't forget the LAN parties. Look, LAN parties are fun, but to me, LAN parties are more fun if everybody's in the fucking house with the LAN or the same building. Ogonzo 1000 says, for fuck's sake, it's juicy sommelier, you breaded ass bitch. Will Eric be partaking in Unbreaded? He did. Yes, it was good. He also says Lucas went full retard. He was probably just a grifter to begin with. Damn. El Gonzo says Baja Blast fucking slaps. You watch your breaded ass mouth, Nikki. Tisk tisk. He also says Pokimane is a 6 with 25 pounds of makeup. Sure, Amaranth is a 7, but she's also a retarded cunt. Yeah, I think Amaranth, I don't know. Some days I see Amaranth and I'm like, she looks good. And other days I'm like, she looks like a little too much. Like a little too much has happened there to me. But that's my take on Amaranth. Look, go get it, girl. Buy all the fucking gas stations you want. She probably employs more Pakistani men than anyone else. Zalcor07 says hydrate
all day.
Let's see. Next, Zalcor says, if you want to achieve greatness, stop asking for permission. And then El Gonzo just said, I sure as fucking hell wouldn't give Nick a dime for a book unless he's got it written. And I wouldn't ask you for it. I never would ask for it in advance. And unless that shit was done. And believe me, I've had many, many conversations about different books because of that. Marksman AZ. With a national sales tax, it also eliminates the ability to target political dissenters and members of opposition parties. No more weaponizing the IRS. Yes, and we should just neuter the IRS entirely.
Yeah, shouldn't be a thing.
RK Maroon says, doctors are confident my wife is cancer-free after surgery in January. However, celebrations were cut short when her dad passed a few weeks later from cancer. Today, a good friend was diagnosed stage 4, feeling the pressure. Cancer is a fucking awful killer, man. Hopefully your wife stays on the path to recovery and hopefully your friend can get some health. I know stage 4 is scary, but sometimes it is treatable. And let's hope this is one of those times. Ryan Dunson CFE says, 2 of my favorite personalities. I feel better educated now. I appreciate the great conversation. It is nice to hear people with similar perspectives to my own. Hey, thank you, Ryan. Ace Brain says, another consequence of the thought streamers is they tend to get a bunch of plastic surgery to try and one-up each other in looks. Pretty soon it'll be hard to distinguish between Twitch thoughts and one of Dollhouse Phil's dolls. Damn.
Rough.
Britt Cormier. What do you think about dolls? Do you think dolls are going to take over? Like,
Nah.
What if they come out with like the AI robot who, like, when you walk in the door, she's like, here's your coffee. Would you like a hand job? Like, and then she does like an actual hand job. Like, it's not just a thing that sits there stationary. What do you think about that?
Man, I think that'll be enticing for a lot of people, but I just don't see it happening. Maybe I have too much. I don't know.
Can you imagine the Boston Dynamics team of nerds making that doll? Right? Because have you seen those videos where they're like so proud that their robot does like a backflip or whatever?
Yeah.
Could you imagine? They're like, look at the blowjob this one gave Eric.
Yeah, that could get weird really fucking fast, man. That'll be weird, man. I don't know. Maybe I have too much optimism for people that they would like not I don't know, reduce themselves to that shit.
Look, I don't want a robotic sex partner unless it can be a Japanese girl that cries the whole time. That's
your rule. Gotcha.
I've watched hentai. I know how Japanese women are. Very good storytelling. Britt Cormier says, how am I supposed to take you two seriously? Both of you are being financially responsible by using home studios.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Also, you are both married, so you never get as many bitches as other streamers.
That's
Just
true.
kidding. Keep up the good work, both of you.
Very true. You
that
got
was
it.
so
You
fucking
got
weird. What are you doing? You're in a home studio. You're coming at me in a home studio.
Like,
It's in your house.
Yeah, it's in my house. I didn't understand that quite, that insult quite. He's like, oh, I got my own spot. This is my space. I'm like, yeah, I'm just put my space in my 4,000 square foot house. What's the problem?
I was thinking, so the other day I was like, God, I want a bigger space. I want a little bit more room. And I was like, okay, there's a place near my house, just a couple miles, like 2 miles away. I could rent that. And then I thought, I stream until like fucking 3, 4 in the morning and I drink. I can't rent a space. Like, I can't go somewhere else. I have to have a space in my house. That's part of the show, is that I on many shows I tend to have some whiskey, and I can't be driving around after that shit. It'd be weird. Pastor Flash, have you seen the amount of salt over novelist Brandon Sanderson's Kickstarter making $27 million? You can see the total rising at pretty much any time of day. Who the fuck is Brandon Sanderson? I know that name. Who is this guy? $27 million?
That's a lot of fucking money.
What did he write? He is best known for the Cosmere fictional universe, in which most of his fantasy novels, most notably the Mistborn series and the Stormlight Archive, are set. Okay, I've seen the Mistborn series. I've seen that shit on bookshelves. I've never read it. $27 million?
A lot of fucking money, man.
That's an advance, too.
Jeez.
Gundam Touched Me, the femboy glow in the dark, says, don't you dare insult my Japanese cartoons. No, now I must go watch my show about teens stopping world-ending threats with children's card game and eat my meatball Subway sandwich. Damn it. Okay, over on Rumble, we got a couple here. Eric Winberg says, nice to have a guest on. Cheers. Yep, look for a couple more guests in the coming weeks. Working on booking guests again, trying to get back into guest mode. Spatula says, great having Eric on. Cheers. Thank you. I've enjoyed it. Rumble username Sucks says, the only white guys in Black Panther were played by Martin Freeman, who played Bilbo Baggins, and Andy Serkis, who played Gollum, meaning they were Tolkien white guys.
Good.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
SC Medic 71. Eric, great to see you cutting it up with Nick. Always like your stuff on Blaze, and you are here.
Appreciate that.
And he also says, Nick, got to ask Eric if he would have taken a bite. That's a good question. So we asked you the very important sandwich question earlier. Now, hypothetically, I know you didn't do this, and I know you wouldn't do this, but hypothetically, if you had murdered both of your parents and dismembered them, like with a kitchen knife or whatever, to distribute around Wisconsin, would you eat some of them?
No.
You're already there, though. Like, you've already killed them and you've chopped them up.
That's, I've already hit. Obviously, I'm already, a habitual line stepper because of what I had done if I did that. But that's too much.
You wouldn't not even a nibble?
Not even a nibble.
Like,
not even
a frying pan out. Just, like, you got to cook it first.
Nah. Well, nah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Fair enough question.
Rumble username Sucks says, Ari Books, what genres, topics, medium? Fiction, nonfiction, fantasy, sci-fi, noir, politics, life, philosophy, traditional graphic novel, children's coloring. What do you like to read?
Oh, me, I like to read the general traditional, like, superhero. I don't even want to call it all ages. It's more like teenager stuff and up. That's kind of digestible for all that. And that's the kind of stuff that I'm initially writing. Though I will say in the future, I do plan, even though it's existing in all the same universe, I would love to, dabble at some point into other genres with what it is that we're doing, other like types of like graphic novels and comic books. But, initially we'll jump it off with like the, what people can see is familiar with, like some of the superhero kind of elements of those.
Sure. Would you ever write a character who kills his parents and chops them up?
Maybe if I wanted them to be a villain that everybody wanted to fucking hate, maybe I'd have them do some shit like that.
See, I'd be more mad if he threw him in the garbage and he didn't take a bite. Like, what a waste of food. There are starving kids.
That's how a true villain would act. He'd throw the shit away.
El Gonzo says, not even licking the knife.
Nah.
El Gonzo says, just hire your firstborn to drive you around, bigot. YouTube censored this chat. Yeah, it's going to take me a little bit. He's 14. I was driving him today and he's like, Dad, guess what? I get to start driving next year. You shut your mouth. You shut your damn mouth. I don't want to hear that ever again. Rumble username Sucks says, that was actually a question about what Nick would write, but Eric's answer was good. Look, I have a couple different ideas. I have a socio-political thriller, and then I have just a good old-fashioned fucking I don't want to call it vengeance porn because it's not actually vengeance porn, but a good old fashioned vigilante justice book that would be perfect. A great graphic novel. I don't have time to write a full novel, but a great graphic novel. I have great ideas for it. Katanas, guns, big boobied women, everything you want. Sleazy, horrific characters that all need to be put on the fucking wall. Everything that that's the book I have. It's all in my head, and I just have not had time to sit down and write it. And I have no idea how I'd get someone to draw it, but I have cool ideas for how it should look and everything. In my mind, cool. Everybody else might hate it, but I think it'd be, look, this is what needs to be done. And for all the people who are salty over me saying anime and manga are bad storytelling, you miss the point. Bad storytelling doesn't mean not consumable, not fun, and not likable. That's the trick. A lot of times good storytelling is really fucking boring and horrid, and you don't want to engage in it. There are plenty of good movies that are objectively really, really good that you watch maybe once and you never want to watch again. That can be good storytelling. And then there's a bunch of bad storytelling that I love watching all the time. I want a return to bad storytelling. I want to go back to the 80s and 90s. I want black and white characters. I want good heroes. I want bad villains. I want action. I don't necessarily need to know everybody's fucking life story. You know what I loved in the fucking Escape from LA and Escape from New York is in both of them, Snake would he'd have like something and he'd reference some event that is just, it's like, oh yeah, that was from Baltimore or whatever. And that's all you get about it. Right? Like that's the whole backstory is like, this thing is from this event and you know nothing about that event. And it's fine because it's okay. That's all the backstory I needed. It explains he got this thing from somewhere. But I didn't need to know like how that thing molested him as a child and really made his life hard. Right? Like that's what we need to return to. Simple, effective storytelling that is raw escapism. That's what I want. I don't want today's problems put into every character because I'm trying to get away from that for 10 fucking minutes.
I feel you on that.
So anyway, Rumble username sucks says hire a furry artist off DeviantArtist or something to draw your graphic novel. They'll draw anything for $1. No, furries shouldn't be hired. They should be gassed. Matrix Tech just signed a quote for fiber to my house in rural Southern Oregon, starting a wireless ISP to bring amazing internet to the DSL cursed regions. Wish me luck. Holy shit. That's awesome, man. Good job. Yeah. Lost Bullets. Hey, Nick, did you hear your 24-hour stream died? Any updates on the Kintaro Miura case? And when are you doing Vic Mignogna? Very nice. Very nice. I don't know who any of those people are. And I've never heard of 24 hours before. All right. Hey, man, I've got through all of the big super chats. It's really late. So if you need to go, please don't hesitate. Just let me know. Okay. Otherwise, I'm gonna read through the rest of them.
Yeah. Now. Do your thing. Do your thing. I'm here, man. I'm chilling.
Okay, cool. Bad Vibe says untimely and contemptuous. VSync, thanks for the advice. Housing assistance reinstated. Yes. Oh, that's good. This dude was he was out there. He was in the chat just like yesterday, I think. And he's like, my housing assistance got rejected. I don't know what to do. It's my last $20 or whatever. And I told him, go get a lawyer. There are people who specialize in that housing assistance. And when government screws up and they get paid by the government, so go get them. And looks like he got some help. So that's great. Eric L. According to TikTok, an LLC is only used to purchase cars and houses when you have shit credit. Okay. Chris Lewis, if you go to the 44-minute 15-second mark on Jody's Come Here Rippa video, he says Eric is politically correct and never says things his audience will disagree with.
Well, like I said, I think we're dealing with a very stupid man. That's the only way that I could describe that, because look, it's just a guy speaking out of ignorance, because the thing that I value so much about my audience and what it is that I'm able to do is that I get to wake up and talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. And never once have I had to sit up here and keep in mind, and I think that's what he's had to do. And we've seen what happens when, you know, you do the chameleon aspect of it and where you're
your channel trends when you do that. But I could do a video one day talking about comic books, and I could do another video talking about, all right, well, the cops suck because of this, and there's no bearing on my channel because of that, because my audience expects that. I've never been fraud with them. I've never been fake with them or anything. So when someone says,
but why do you cuck to them?
Right, exactly. No, because the reason why, to your point, the reason why he's under that wrongful assumption is probably because that's how he has to operate.
Yeah.
So he thinks that because I believe someone mentioned that also. He said I was a Republican in that video that he had did on me, which is like, dude, obviously we know this guy doesn't do fundamental research, because remember, he walked into that fucking debate having never watched that video that it was that I did. So we know he doesn't do fundamental. He doesn't even try to get any backstory upon the people that he's talking about. So like this idea that I would never say anything, like my audience, let's say this, my audience expects, if I haven't got to them at some point before, I will get to them in a disagreement. But when you're honest with your audience about that, and you're not trying to be like fake and like, oh, I have to gear my material this specific way, or I this is off limits because it'll turn my audience off. Like, I don't have to do that. I've never had to do that, which is why I can wake up, do whatever the fuck videos that it is that I want to on any given show. So I think that was a projection at best that's coming from that guy, because he can't say shit that the audience would generally disagree with, and basically not bleed subscribers. Why? Because, well, you built the audience based upon who they wanted you to be, not upon who you actually were.
Yeah, well, I've noticed that in two primary circles, right? I've noticed that in heavily left-leaning audiences, and I've noticed that in very boomer right-leaning audiences. And look, I know I have some wonderful audience members who are with me pretty much every show, who are even older than I am, and fall into that boomer category. And you guys are awesome. But when I was doing the election coverage back in 2020 and early 2021, and the post-election coverage, there were a bunch of people who tuned in. And then when I would not say stuff like, oh, these court cases are going to definitely work, people tuned out immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was a group and it was predominantly older conservative audiences who they had an idea of where things should be, and they didn't have time for and that's cool. You can't chase that opinion if you don't hold that opinion. But largely, yeah. I mean, I get into arguments with my chat all the time. Let's talk circumcision, motherfuckers. No, I'm just kidding. Let's not ever talk that subject ever again, because I hate you all for even bringing it up. But no, and hell, I know that your audience sometimes has disagreements, because when I came onto your show and we were talking about Rittenhouse,
mm-hmm.
there were people on that show and in the comments who did not really agree with how the Rittenhouse situation worked out.
Right.
But yet there I was, we were talking about it, and we just, look, this is honesty and integrity with the audience. And if you do that and you foster that audience, then they'll hang with you even when they disagree, and they'll just call you stupid. Yeah, and that's okay.
That's fine. That's 100% fine. And that's the key. And this is why, I've talked about this with my guys, like over at, or my, the folks that do the Tuesday nights main event stuff with me. We talked about this, how like we get to wake up and do me. I get to wake up and do me. Like they get to wake up and do them. And yeah, sure, there's gonna be people that fucking hate you regardless of what it is that you say and all of that. But ultimately, I don't think you'll ever, everybody needs, like, I guess, a break from something. But my breaks that I take are never in the sense of, it is so exhausting to create this material because I'm having to be someone that I'm not. Right.
Yeah.
And
I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it either. And so many people are like that, which is why you hear so many folks that have big followings going crazy, why they have to take months breaks off and all that, because they are putting on a front. And as just a human being, that's a very exhausting thing to do, to be someone that you are not for the sake of your audience, or you have to constantly try to fit into some mold that the audience thinks that you are supposed to be. That's a position that I don't ever want to be in. and I would never put myself in. So I have the blessing of having an audience because I gave them the real. They support me because of me. That doesn't mean that they support every individual thought that I might have. They may agree more or less, but ultimately they know they're getting honest who it is. There's no light switch that I'm flipping. You know what I mean? That when the camera comes on, I'm someone fucking completely different from who it is that I am, which is why it's actually fun for me to do this. It's fun for me to have conversations like this. It's fun for me to do my show daily, and it not feel like it's mundane or not feel that I'm just going through the motions, because I love what it is that I do because I'm being me. You know what I mean? And I know a lot of folks that are in our space can't really say the same thing, and they're fucking miserable.
Well, I'm just glad that you think that, because I just want you to know that you're in this shit because of someone else's
Oh, that's
words.
right. That's right.
That's right.
True.
You're in this shit because of me.
I don't have control of my own words. That's what
you don't have control of shit. I brought you here.
Yeah.
I brought you to this show.
So it's an L. That's what he said. He said it's
You didn't choose to click on the link. Take
exactly.
that L.
Yeah, exactly. It's an L.
I'm gonna mail you a giant fucking L for you to carry around. Jordan Crow says, "Howdy, Eric. Proud to be one of your people."
Shout out.
Walter B, my two favorite people. Love you guys. You get me through work days. Seminally unbreaded. Verticon, of course, he dodged. His studio is paid by Section 8.
That was what people are saying. Apparently, his old co-host that was on that show did a video, and he talked about that, where they actually got that studio. So it's not even a flex. If it's Section 8 housing, it's not even a fucking flex.
How do you run a studio in Section 8 housing?
I don't know. I think they said like the actual studio is maybe not in his name. It's in someone else's. And I know that some people have been living out of it and shit as well. So it's not even
fucking shady.
Yeah, it's like some shady shit anyway going on. It's not even like a brag or anything as far as why they have that for that site that they're bragging about having all property that, even though their show, they ain't making money like that from that show to justify that. Because hell, even people with our followings, it's hard for me to justify spending an off-property site. I have to justify that. And I know they can't with only 60K. I know I certainly couldn't when I was 60K justify, oh yeah, I'm going to get a studio that's like somewhere off property. And I'm going to pay, I'm either going to buy it and build it up, or I'm going to lease it. Like I couldn't justify that with a fucking, 200 concurrent viewers. There's no way I could do that.
I worked so fucking hard to not be off property.
Yeah.
I was like, with the day I started, I was like, I can stay home and I can stream from my home office. Oh my God. And then when I got here and I was able to make when we moved into a different house, I was able to make my space a little bit nicer, a little bit better. It's like, oh, this is mine. This is my thing. And I don't have to go anywhere. I'm not beholden to a landlord. I can just imagine, like, if I was leasing a space in this area, I would be, since I do the show at night, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But if I was leasing the same space as my law office, for example, since I moved out, a sleep clinic has moved in down the hall, which means if I'm being fucking loud, which I can get loud, I would be potentially ruining someone else's lease and in real trouble. And it's like, I don't want to be involved in any of that. Here, I know exactly how loud I would have to be catastrophically loud to disturb my kids.
Right.
Because of where I'm located. I don't have to deal with fucking shit. Like, I can't imagine. The only reason I even thought about doing it was just to have a little bit more space. But I think what I'm going to do is build on to this house.
There you go. If you can do it.
Yeah. It's like, that's better, because that'll increase my property value while giving me added value in my work. Why wouldn't I do that?
There you go.
Wrathchild78 says, love when two heroes meet. You both mean a lot to me. Hey, thanks, Wrathchild. Stardust Crusader says, two of my favorite YouTubers on together. What's up, Ripa and Nick?
What's up?
Lethal Burrito. I asked Lucas about race swapping. If you accept the lore, then why change? He didn't have a problem, and that's fine. What if someone race swapped a Black Panther remake? I guarantee he would Yeah, I mean, so look, I actually like Hamilton. I know Hamilton gets shit on a lot. but Hamilton famously race swapped all the founding fathers into not in any particular race. In fact, if you see different showings of Hamilton, it'll be a different minority playing whoever. It doesn't matter. That's not really the point was of the race swap in Hamilton was these are outsiders, right? Like these are not the inside. These are people changing, and the white people are played by the British. But it was a metaphor that was not white man bad. It was just, this is the British and these are the outside. These are immigrants. These are whatever. And you can agree or disagree with that message. It doesn't matter. If, however, they were to do that a little bit later and had like Frederick Douglass as a white guy, can you imagine the amount of seething that would happen?
Oh man, you want to talk about, they be trying to burn Hollywood to the ground.
Martin Luther Sean King, white guy playing.
Oh man, I would love to see it just for the reactions. To see how the inconsistent people be inconsistent. I would love to see that, but they wouldn't even give that stuff a try.
Yeah, I want white Conda. I think that would be the funniest shit ever. We have like White Panther. He's running around. He's like not doing cool moves or anything. He's just in like a suburb.
White
White Conda's just behind a hologram in like the outskirts of fucking Dayton, Ohio. Giant Mess says, problem with race swaps is the fact that black characters from the start, except Black Panther and Falcon, have been mostly snubbed. Brother Voodoo, Blue Marvel, Mr. Terrific, Firestorm come to mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, they have basically, that's the race swap justifies leaving the original black characters on the shelf, unused, untouched, underdeveloped, and whatnot. I got a Brother Voodoo. You can't see it in the camera, but it's a Brother Voodoo deal right there. I was talking about where it made more sense. I think they race swap what Baron Mordo who was that in Doctor Strange? They race swapped what's his name in Doctor Strange. Instead of, they could have just easily used fucking Brother Voodoo, who was an original black character. So that's what ends up happening, right? What they do is they say, we will, because we want to have this diversity, inclusivity, bullshit representation, instead of taking the character that started off that way, and that was always that way. He was original. He exists. The source of material built upon him. Even we could easily justify his existence in this universe. We're just going to use some white character and we're just going to race swap them. They did that in the Black Canary video. The Birds of Prey movie. Right. So instead of cameras, fucking there it is. Instead of using
tired.
Vixen, like, who has had a run in like it with the Birds of Prey in a run, like she's literally on a cover of a Birds of Prey book. So you could justify her existence being there. Instead, they just race swap Black Canary, and they had nerve to give her that was when she was wearing the blue little suit or jean like thing with the gold pants and stuff. That was a look that was Vixen's original look. Like she literally had a blue and a yellow literally that's what it looked like. So it's like they do stuff like that. So instead of utilizing the original black character, they just say, all right, well, fuck it, we'll just give them a hand-me-down. So it's insulting if anything else, but unfortunately some people don't look at it that way.
Yeah, well, it's ridiculous. I also, what do you feel about the handle, like when they do take a traditionally black property? The only one I can think of, I'm not a huge comic guy, so I'm not going to pretend to be, but the only one I can think of specifically is like Luke Cage, right? I liked season 1 of Luke Cage. I thought it was well done. Then they got to season 2 and it was really fucking weird and it was slow and boring. I didn't get past the first like 2 episodes. But how did you feel about the handling of that character, and why couldn't Luke Cage play a bigger part in the Marvel? Yeah,
that didn't make any sense. I didn't know why they didn't do that. I thought the actor did a decent job in playing, at least, say what you will about the stories around him.
Yeah, he was fine.
Yeah, he was fine as Luke Cage, the believable Luke Cage. But yeah, it's like
though that's what happens. They like stay on the shelf with Marvel. Marvel is good with that. No matter how much they preach all of this, well, we're all about uplifting and black people, and really ultimately it sounds like they only see legitimacy in white characters. So they'd rather take the white one that maybe people know about or don't know about for that matter, and they'll change them, as opposed to you got one right there. He's within reach. He's literally right there. You could have used him and there would have been no hiccup or anything. Instead, they don't fucking use. I remember there was a point in time in the Marvel Cinematic Universe that, if you took out the Netflix properties, like I remember doing a video on this, all of the black people that were aside from like two, and the people that were associated with the Black Panther universe, aside from them, in that entire universe, the vast majority were all race swaps, right? Or like tokenized versions. So they're basically a version of a historically white character, which I would consider fucking Rhodey. Basically, he's just Black Iron Man. Hell,
yeah.
In comic books, that's what he was actually Iron Man before he was ever War Machine. He filled into the Iron Man suit. But you think about it, like Idris Elba playing Hemdall, classically white redhead character. Valkyrie playing, or Tessa Thompson playing Valkyrie, classically white character. Baron Mordo and Doctor Strange, classically, non-black character. So aside from Falcon, that was about it. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't attached to like the Netflix universe or the Black Panther universe. The characters that they used were all race swaps. And I'm looking at it like, that's fucking like insulting, man. Like they leave them on the shelf. Oh yeah, like someone brought up Samuel L. Jackson playing Nick Fury. Nick Fury was classically fucking white character. So it was like for the most part, they were all race swaps. And to me, it's like it's such an unnecessary thing just because I know that they have a big catalog of decent like black characters that even if they didn't hit on, that was the unique position that the Marvel Cinematic Universe was in. You could take a character that people weren't maybe that more knowledgeable of, and you can mold them into something that people can recognize.
Well, yeah, it's funny because we were talking about tokenization and stuff earlier, but that plays in the other way when you're Marvel and you have a huge catalog of these characters and maybe they aren't Iron Man, but if you put them on the screen with Iron Man, you give them exposure that maybe they didn't have before. If you like one of the funny things, my buddy was telling me about a Luke Cage book where apparently like Dr. Doom owes him like $500.
Oh yeah.
And so he goes and just beats the shit out of Dr. Doom until he gets his money and then he just leaves. Like that's the funniest fucking storyline I've ever heard. It's like, where is that? Like put that in a show because that's great. Like that's comedy. And that's it harkens. And I got the impression that like the Luke Cage books harken back to like the 70s blaxploitation films.
Yeah, that's what they were originally. Yeah.
And I love that genre of cinema. I love all exploitation films. I think they're great. They're so much fun, and it's campy and it's cheeky, and it was a style that worked. And we don't do anything like that anymore.
Yeah.
But you could, and like that type of stuff feels more honest to me in a weird way.
Yeah, I mean, more honest to what it is they're doing, no matter if they were blaxploitation films, but certainly more honest than what it is they're doing now.
Yeah. Lethal Burrito says, good news, maybe. I had my first interview with Sweetwater Music. Getting a call next week. See if I get a second one. It's a big deal. I'd be leaving Texas to Indiana. Can I get a good luck toast? Yeah, buddy. Cheers. Good luck. I bought my last microphone and interface from Sweetwater, so they better have enough money to pay you. Tell them. Lon Baker says, Nick plus Ripa equals perfect discussions for a Friday. JC, both. Do you care about what non-Americans think of U.S. culture? Let's start with that. Do you care what non-Americans say about U.S. culture?
Not really. I mean,
I don't really care what Americans say.
Yeah, I was literally just about to make that point. Look, what it is that my philosophy is or whatever, and people are going to think whatever it is that they're going to think. Definitely if they're outside of that culture, I'm not really in the business of trying to, I don't know, convince them. I mean, I'd rather make fun of them if they're wrong, but if they have they're under a delusion that is just completely incorrect, I'll be like, that's stupid. But
I just can't imagine a Bulgarian going, You know what? I really care what the Americans think. Like, so it's such a weird thing.
Yeah.
He says, if not, can you say Landfair Goguri Gogooch for fun for my friends? It's easy if you use flemsplaining. No, I don't speak Flemish.
Me either.
That was a bunch of fucking letters. And no, but I don't care what non-Americans think of U.S. cultures. And the Flemish should be put to the sword. The most awesome is Chris says Catwoman was race swapped to be a white woman. B. Eartha Kitt, a black woman, played Catwoman in the 60s, but no one complained.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean, I say this all the time. It doesn't mean that she was, I don't know if he's referencing this whole ordeal. I don't know if you've heard about Zoe Kravitz talking about she tried to try out for like one of the Dark Knight films or some shit, and she got denied because they said she was too urban or something like that. I don't think it was Catwoman though. I don't think it was
very
Catwoman.
urban.
I think it was, yeah, that's the term. But me personally, I'm bored of all. I don't really care when the race swap took place, whether it was in the 60s or whether it was now. I'm just fucking bored of it. Like I'm just completely bored of like race swaps and shit. Not interested.
Yeah.
It's unnecessary. Let me say
they're not necessary.
I was just about to do. It's just unnecessary. Let's say that.
Like just make like, Shaft was really successful. Like make new properties. Please,
Yeah.
like make oh, God, fucking damn it. Andrew War Snowboard says if DC really wanted to be woke, they'd cast Nick Fuentes as Catwoman. Shit,
that ain't happening.
The most awesome is Chris. White single motherhood rate skyrockets too in the same time frame. Why not the same narrative? Interesting. It gave women freedom they never had before. White single motherhood skyrocketed. Yeah. But I don't think it was at the same rate.
No,
but
it's not at 70%. Babies born out of way. It ain't that.
No. The Last King of Norway says, Nick, give Eric the honor of doing the unbreaded. He did. Boyo Honks says, Eric, have you seen the Tom McDonald video from this week about the Billboard debacle?
No.
Zensway says, a good example of this, Nick, was the fan-made Warhammer animation Astartes that was made a few years ago and got millions of views. The animation was on par, if not better, than any Hollywood film made. It's certainly better than the fucking professionally made Ultramarines movie, which, look, I bought it, I support it, and I advocate for it, even though it's bad. Because I want someone to make a good Warhammer, please. But yeah, Daniel Villarreal, welcome to Lawyer Status. Nico Connie says, love him or hate him, but Tim Pool streamed Occupy Wall Street 2011-2013. It is what hardened him. It also gives him knowledge he has. Eric, love your music.
Appreciate that.
Chris Ariola says in Kermit voice, yes, let the freedom flow through you and smite the commies. It's a crying shame, says, we see you pleading the fifth and we raise you the internet. Nina Infinity says, what's up, Ripa? Nick, ask Ripa his thoughts on Jack Murphy's take on libertarianism. Takes nervous sip of water. #hydrate.
Yeah, talk about that.
Howdy doodly champion. The diddly doodler says, cool seeing both of you guys here drinking some fine Kirkland, Tennessee whiskey. Neat. Hoping my Xbox gets fixed after it spit fire at me last night. Oh shit. Good luck. Smiley hat. Glad to see someone from Dallas on the show. I'm from Mesquite and it's good to hear a reasonable voice from the area. Good luck on the Ripaverse.
Shout out to Mesquite.
V. Morales says Marcellus Gilmore Edson made peanut butter, not George Washington Carver.
I don't know about that. I know a lot of people, I don't want to say a lot of people think that. That's a narrative that I don't know is necessarily true.
Peanut Gate.
Peanut Gate.
The Tick on Fox Kids taught me that. That was a good show. CL Hunter says, hi, Nick. I've been watching the show for 3 years. Thank you for supporting Vic. I've enjoyed watching you. My question, are you going to be a VTuber when you interview Pippa? Lol. No, I'm going to be a MeTuber because this is my truth. RPGer 90 says, late PSA on the following brands. Do not try the new Starlight Coke. They call it space flavor and it's literally candy flavored soda. It's bad. Gross. It's a crying shame, says Merry Polish Men. Dylan Aruto says, have you ever tried cinnamon sugar toast? That's That stuff's fire when it comes straight out of the oven. Yeah, dude. I used to make that all the time. We would have the toaster in my house. We had one of the toaster ovens, and you'd sprinkle sugar and then cinnamon on top of. I think you'd butter the toast first.
Yeah, you gotta butter it, man.
Yeah.
So
And then cinnamon sugar.
Yeah.
Oh God, so good. CL Hunter says, also, I understand Drex, but I want to make a family when I find that special one person to be my wife. Also watch Attack on Titan. It's good. I watched the first 2 seasons of Attack on Titan, and it was very enjoyable. I just, like I was at the time, seasons 3 and 4 weren't out, and I was like, oh, fucking move the story, please. Root Beer Buzz has been watching your show for too long when I tell my coworkers to gas the furries. Response is, what the fuck is a furry? Oh, the shame I go through to explain why this must occur. Love the show. CL Hunter says, dry land isn't a myth. I have seen it. Waterworld. War Eagle. Nick, did y'all grow up in Tyler, Texas? I grew up 40 miles from Tyler, and we considered it a big city at the time. No, I was born in Houston, Texas, and then when I was 10, moved to Minnesota. So there. I moved from the city limits of Houston in a shady fucking area to the suburbs of Minneapolis in a very safe area. Shot Red 555. Eric, from one musician to another, I think your knowledge would help certain YouTubers like It's a Gundam, who got screwed in his music career.
It's a Gundam
he had a music career?
I didn't know. This is literally news to me.
Is he rapping about thoughts? That'd be funny.
He could. No, I've never. This is news to me. I've never heard that.
Sir Marha says it's okay to be a libertarian now because the Mises caucus just won all the seats in the party. No more left libs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Mises caucus is I'm doing something for them on the 8th of next month. That's still one sector of the Libertarian Party, though I'm not a member of, that's worth a goddamn, would be the members of the Mises caucus. So shout out to them.
A lot of people tell me about them. I haven't looked into them. But if they follow Mises, there's some good ideas there. HP says, hey, Nick, I've been supporting your channel for 1.5 years. I love you. Could you look into Jericho Green? He's from California, lib/conservative, ex-military, hilarious black dude. I hike to you and him. Sure. If you got it, better if you have any way for me to contact them, because that's the hardest part in this scene. Is just getting a hold of someone, because like Eric was trying to explain to this dude, you got so many fucking messages you don't have time for, and you can't catch them all.
Man.
You miss stuff. Jack Murphy says, can Ripa be my mutual?
No.
Timothy no. Timothy Reaper says, explain Fluffy in Richards' voice. Hey, Eric, have you ever heard of a man who's with a woman, and when she's going to go, type on her keyboard at the computer, he lays down on the ground to be like a footrest? Would you be that kind of man?
I can't say I would.
I love the internet. Drex and I were watching, there's that show like Strange Love or something like that. That's on, it's a Netflix series. And there's a dude named Fluffy who is just a complete cuck and a submissive. And he makes his lady's boyfriend bacon in the morning. The guy's like, I want it crispy. And then he makes the bacon. The guy just throws it on the floor. He's like, this shit isn't crispy.
Jesus.
It's so funny. CL Hunter says Fire Emblem is great, you weirdo. I didn't say Fire Emblem was bad. L Boney says the blue slime is from the Chad Dragon Quest, not the Virgin Fire Emblem. Oh, fuck. Gordo Fabulous. The National League has adopted the designated hitter. That's bullshit. Why is Putin messing with Ukraine when there are more important targets over here? What do you think about designated hitting in baseball?
Well, I'm a Rangers fan, so I don't know, man. The whole DH thing it's okay to me. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's just the athlete in me. I just like to see fucking pitchers hit.
That's what I want. I want the pitchers to hit.
Yeah. I want to see the pitchers hit. I think it's one of the coolest things in baseball when I see, Madison Bumgarner or some shit knock one out of there. You know what I mean? That's one of the coolest fucking things to see, or fucking some random fucking reliever. So I would prefer that the pitchers hit. You know what I mean? But I understand tradition as well.
One of the greatest hitters of all time is a pitcher, Babe Ruth.
True. That's true.
Babe Ruth.
Hell, one of the greatest ones right now is also a pitcher. It's Shohei Ohtani.
Dalton B says a live stream with Ricada, July. Owen Benjamin and Tommy Sotomayor could be epic. My dog Farley is a Pitt Russell. He's smart, collects chicken eggs. Cool. Eric P. TV in Hollywood hate America. Dave Chappelle united everyone during Bush 2 era. Now they want to cancel him. Racism is a political weapon. KDH Corinthos says everybody saying Ryan is racist. Nobody calling him out for being wrong. Not every white person in the movie was evil. I can't let them drag Lil Dude or Martha's name in the dirt. Moist AF. Daniel Erler says Denzel Washington in Training Day. Amazing villain. He was good. Very good. Yeah. Nick Naylor, the only fictional character that made me take note of black struggles was Static Shock. Any thoughts on why he hasn't been made mainstream? Who the fuck is Static Shock?
Static Shock, he had a show. Was that early 2000s? I don't think that was quite 90s. I think early 2000s. So DC had linked up with Milestone Comics, which is this comic book company that was made by a bunch of black people. And they had basically, it was almost a publishing deal. A lot of people think that they end up owning Milestone, and that wasn't the truth. But they had, started publishing some of that stuff under their brand. And Static was one of the kind of electricity-based, kind of shock-based powers or whatever. And he had his own kind of successful show back in, I think it was early 2000s. I think it was close to early 2000s. Sure. And they recently, ironically enough, Milestone tried to revitalize Milestone recently, but they fucked it up so badly that they got like Vita Ayala and all these fucking weirdos to write it. So they did end up, it was so bad. Milestone Zero came out and they ended up changing Static's origin. So his original origin, long story short, he was part of some fucking, it's a gang fight and whatever. And out of that, when the cops came, they used whatever, and it ended up giving him powers.
Did he get tased into superhero-dom?
Nah. But what they changed it. They changed it now. He was a part of some like Black Lives Matter protest. And now,
my God,
yeah, exactly.
Fucking kill me.
Yeah, and they changed the origin to that. So that's what they led off. Oh, we're bringing back Milestone. And Milestone Zero, that's one of the first things we fucking see. So, of course, nobody was fucking interested in that. And they look at it like, see, nobody will support black characters. It's like, no, you just don't know what the fuck you're doing, man. That's fine.
I know.
I'm show them how to do it.
Let's we're gonna bring back a black character. Let's put him in a highly inflammatory political context that will alienate literally half of the audience at least. At the worst case, it'll inflame half the audience. That's a good idea. These people fucking no idea how to do anything. Kyle Nigro says, Ripa, someone put out a spoof spring water commercial using that soundbite from the Jody stream. It's
pretty fucking good. Pretty good.
This is spring water, by the way.
That's pretty good. I saw that commercial. If any spring water companies, again, it has to be bottled at the source. But if y'all want to link up, maybe do some commercials, I'm up for it. Let's chat about it.
Bad Dragonite, if you think about it, if Jim Gordon is now black, then that means his red-haired daughter is probably black now too.
No, I think they already confirmed. I think HBO Max is doing a Batgirl series, and yeah, they already cast her. I think she's black. So yeah.
What fucking shit did I see with Batman and Batwoman? That I saw some panels on Twitter today.
Oh, I saw that. I didn't read it. I don't know how recent that was, but I didn't read it. I know I kept getting tagged, and someone like basically it was like the caption like, DC has no idea what the fuck they're doing, but yeah, like they don't know what they're doing over there, man, at all.
It was like, he's like, basically she's wearing Batman's colors and like, she's like, these are my colors now. I'm brooding, blah, blah. And he's like, Batwoman, so much I can learn. It's like so fucking weird. It's like, what is happening here? Like, that's what I'm concerned about. I don't give a shit about Batwoman or whatever, but it was like, and the woman was bolded on Batwoman. It was like, what is this supposed to be doing? That's what I'm missing.
Yeah.
Real quick, back to that. Did you ever see the Heavy Bubbles commercials from Half Thor, who played the Mountain?
I don't think so.
Dude, that Like, just speaking of water commercials real briefly, it's a carbonated, carbonated water,
Mhm.
sparkling water. And it came in like dumbbell shaped bottles that like you could buy like a 5 kilogram bottle or like a
Yeah.
10 or whatever. The commercials for it were so fucking funny because Halfthor's usually like carrying these huge bottles of water around. Because like, Halfthor, what if I cannot lift bottle? He says, you don't lift, you don't drink, you die. Asia Fraser says, slipped on ice leaving work, cartoonishly face planted into the pavement, broke my glasses. You think workman's comp covers glasses? File the claim. Check it out. Eldridge Blast, it says, Lamau, of course, Barnes would suggest a debate with Jack. I enjoy Barnes, but dude's got to learn to just take the L in the Murphy situation. Also, Eric, what are some of your favorite metal bands?
Favorite. I'm more of a metalcore guy. We're talking just straight up metal or thrash or anything. Like, I'm going Pantera all day long. Yes, it's biased. Yes, I'm from fucking Dallas, Texas, or they're from the same area and all that. And yeah, but I'm more of a metalcore just in general. I mean, obviously that's kind of reflective of the type of music that we play. So, I came up when, Kill Switch was kind of getting off the ground, Kill Switch Gauge, and all of that. But if we're talking like straight metal, like when I was literally growing up, like as in throughout the 90s when I was born, it's got to be Pantera all day long.
Cool. Very cool. Eddie says, never come across Ripa before. Thanks for introducing him to me and bringing him on the show. Wouldn't you agree, Ripa, that you owe most of your success to me?
Yes, I guess I have to say that is because you. So now everybody, when I get another, 500,000 subs, we'll all look back at this moment and say Nick Mercada is the one that is responsible.
Look, you're a very small streamer. I gave you a shot.
Thank you.
Your one chance to get out there and do it in the world.
Appreciate
Dalton B says, great point. Tom McDonald would be the 5th person I'd add to that epic live stream I mentioned earlier. American Legend says, work out your own salvation through fear and trembling. DJ Medeiros says, remember, the truth will set you free, but first it's going to piss you off. Maddie J, what do you think about geo-libertarianism? I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Are you talking about like what do they call them? I guess what it would be considered like a form of mutualism. The guys that, what are they? It's another term for it, but it isn't geo or it's Georgism. Is that what he's talking about? Like the whole, it's basically land mutualism bullshit. I don't know if that's what he's talking about, but it's Rothbard has a good takedown of Georgism, if that's what it is you're referring to.
I thought it was just free geo metros for everybody. That's what I thought. I have no idea. I don't know. Like, here's the thing. I'm tangentially familiar with some of the philosophical points, but my base is this. I always just I go maximum liberty all the way to 0. Like, there is no rule of law at all. And then I look at whatever we're trying to accomplish and I say, how do I get to where we want to be by minimally moving away from 0, the absolute minimum. That's what I want. That's the frame of mind that I'm in. And that's my libertarianism. And that always, for me, that kind of serves me well. And I'm sure there are finer points and smarter people to dissect that. But what I'm just like, please leave me alone more than you are.
Yes.
Amazing Weasel says, awesome stream, guys. Thank you. Howdy Doodly Champion, the Diddly Doodler says, not to spoil the Batman, but how would Matt Harris feel about a half black, half Italian woman? I think he'd hate half of her and the other half of her. If she's not a blonde German woman that looks like a child, he doesn't want her. Barco Ver says, don't get it twisted with the Chicago boys delusion. This isn't an econ textbook or Chile. In America, Keynes rules the economy and monetary policy.
Well, Keynesians, of course they do. I mean, the only people the government employs, a bunch of Keynesians.
Yeah. Paul Krugman hasn't been burned at the stake yet.
Yeah, exactly.
And he should have been.
Yes.
Brian C says, what's your thoughts on prenuptial agreements before marriage? Do they help or hurt? If you have something to protect, they help. But only if you have to have a significant amount of assets for a prenup to make any sense. Like, if you're a guy, you saved up 10 grand or whatever, you don't really need a prenup. It's not going to help you that much. But if you're someone who has a whole bunch of money, Like you worked really hard, you made $500,000, you socked that away, you've been really careful with it. You've got a house that you bought and some cars and stuff like that, or you inherited a lot of money. Keeping that separate it's actually keeping it separate that is more important than the prenup, because separating assets that you bring into a marriage helps you separate those assets when you leave the marriage. But the prenup helps establish that separation pretty clearly on paper with mutual assent by both parties. So that's what you got to do. But it's better than not having one if you have the assets. But a lot of guys out here worrying about prenups, you don't have enough money to worry about it. I'm sorry. I don't think I do either. So Jonathan Wiseman says blood cancer for the blood god. Seek the light. Welcome to Paralegal. Anthony J, arrested for emails and not the porn. Well, no, everybody he sent the porn to was adults and it's his porn. You can send it out all you want, I guess, until they ask you to stop. The John Beck says Ripa almond butter. It's awesome.
Okay.
Try it out, I guess. You have to now. The internet told you. Torgo the White says AWFL's affluent white female leftists breaded. Vienna waits for you. Unbreaded is the word that you heard. It's got groove. It's got feeling. Touchdown. El Gonzo 1000. Why simp when you can toss pocket change at drunk funny man? Ungay Shin-chan. No, Shin-chan is perpetually sentenced to being a gay mod. Nathan Davidson says still need a young Rip a hot tub stream. Has to happen.
My wife ain't allowing that shit. That's for fucking sure.
You got to tell her what's up.
I gotta tell her that I'm doing this regardless. Nah.
It's very important for the internet. Nathan Davidson says, oh wait, I read that one. Nico Connie says teens need to watch 80s TNA movies instead. Exactly. Nick Martinez says, hey Nick, thank you for bringing Ripa on. Sup Ripa, hope all is well with you, bud.
Yeah.
Wrestler Town, microphone licking for hours is frightening close to the movie ASS in Idiocracy. Yes, Idiocracy is a fucking prophecy. Corvus Glaive, I want Ricada Poots in a box. Well, we'll see what happens. The Last King of Norway, what came first, the simp or the thought? Chuck Morris, I paid extra for the Rackets foot cam. Worth it. Wrestler Town, next Twitch meta is going to be chewing with your mouth open. Brian, like seafood or whatever. Like, look, watch me down this entire can of crab. Ugh. Brian Mrazensky says it's basically years of getting called the worst name in the book to get I'm to a submissive point. To get some men into a submissive point. Marksman AZ, before the internet, these types of guys throwing money at Twitch and cam girls would go to local adult theater and bookstore throwing money at the stripper in the arcade booth. I want them to do that instead. That's what I want. There's a barrier to how much money you can actually throw at someone when you're physically throwing cash and you're actually sad at a strip club. Howdy Doodly Champion, the Diddly Doodler says Berserk is peak art, and I'll double my usual super chat to say that. Pastafarius, regarding Western competitors to Marvel and DC, Arcaven Comics.
Oh, that's what's his name? I know he's on that team. We just had Chuck Dixon, great Chuck Dixon.
Oh yeah, Chuck's great.
Yeah, we just had him on the show not too long ago talking about that.
With Brett. Who's the guy who works with him? The colorist.
The colorist. I don't forget what his last name.
Shit, he's such a cool dude. His name's Brett, right?
So what is it? Ain't that what is hold on, let me see. Hold up. Well, because I want to get this right.
I had them both on the show. Now I'm feeling like a fucking asshole, but I'm so bad with names.
Hold on. Oh fuck, man. I don't know. Well, I thought this was it. No, I guess
Brett Smith. Brett R. Smith. That's him. Yeah. Okay. Brett R. Smith. Good dude.
Okay. But yeah, I just had Chuck Dixon on the show not too long ago.
They're great.
Yeah.
Great Loner says hashtag Gingicide Liam. CL Hunter says, no, screw you, Nick. Manga has great storytelling. Bad Dragonite. A lot of stories and movies involving Japanese companies are pretty bad by Western standards, like Transformers, the movie. Wait a minute. Are you want to fight, motherfucker? You want to do that? Okay. Chuck Keyworth, I recently found out my cousin is battling breast cancer. Her insurance doesn't cover her treatment. Even if you don't donate, would you share her Give, Send, Go let me know. I can give you a link. Chuck, it's a little late in the show for it. Why don't you email me a link to it and I'll show it on Monday or something. Andrew Clark says Sitch wants a robo-MILF paid for by the government. That's embarrassing. You should never want the government to buy your robo-thoughts. Where the fuck? We're almost there. Balian says, bro, Sanderson is a good author. You should read or audiobook some of his stuff. He also finished Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time. Almond John 1. Avatar movie is trash without 3D. Do you agree, Ripa?
I haven't seen the. Hold a minute. Are you talking about Avatar as in that dog shit?
The blue one.
Oh, the blue Avatar. I don't fucking remember nothing that happened in that goddamn movie, man.
It's because it's bad.
I couldn't tell you an event that happened in that fucking movie. I've seen it. I think I've seen it twice. I can't remember shit from it.
Avatar was a trash movie without 3D and with 3D. I'm going to put that out there. You can like the visual spectacle. That shit was boring as fuck. I fell asleep. No chance to finish that movie. I'll never watch it again. Pastor Flash, Ripa, can you help a brother out? Nick needs less than 100 followers on Twitch for a special yoga stream. Oh shit.
All right.
Jesus Davila gets sent a thumbs up. Bad Dragonite says top 3 hype banger SNES video game soundtracks.
Okay.
I have no idea the top 3 SNES soundtracks. The best soundtrack of all time is just Battletoads.
SNES Street. Well, I mean, I'll say games that I played. Street Fighter was at 2. Sonic, so that's Sonic and Tails. So that'll be Sonic 2. I don't know what will be the third one. What would be the third? I don't know. I'd have to think of that. Maybe Double Dragon or something. But
Wayne Gretzky's NHL 96.
I don't know. I'm going Street Fighter 2 for sure. It's got to be like probably Sonic though. Sonic has some goddamn jams on that. Each level was a goddamn banger. Maybe one of the Mega Man joints too.
Mega Man.
But now we're talking SNES. Sonic would be more.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Sonic would more. I played that on the
Sonic
Genesis.
with Sega. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. For SNES games that I played on the Super Nintendo, not Mario related, would have to be Street Fighter 2.
I just go back to Battletoads 8-bit on the NES. Philip Moore says Lucas was going off insulting Eric's wife and calling him a snow roach, whatever that is, just so you know if he tries to patch things up behind the scenes.
Well, I don't even know what that is, but if he's talking about my wife, all right, fuck that, fuck him. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say. I'm not sure what he's speaking about my wife for.
I don't know why people do that bullshit.
Yeah, the guy's deranged, man. If he's doing all that goofy ass shit, but let him fucking be mad, man. The guy's, I don't know if he's bipolar or what the fuck is, but he ain't no patching shit up with me. Definitely if he's going there, so wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, I gotta ask you a question. This is important. I should have asked it earlier. I'm so sorry. What is the best anti-white slur? Because cracker's boring.
Is it? You think so? I think you can't beat the classics.
What about like cream cricket?
I haven't heard that one. That's news to me.
What about mayo monkey? Is that good?
He's impressive, man. I haven't heard this one. Yeah.
I think we need better anti-white slurs. Like, frankly, I'm feeling left out as a people group.
Yeah.
Cumskin. I've never seen that one. That one's good. Oh my God. Cornstarch Crusader, Vanilla Gorilla, Bleach Demon. Okay. Some good ones. Okay. Kai Showman says, welcome to the Big Nose Squad, Eric. Sheepsidian says, Eric makes valid point. I'm thinking of making my show, The Chopping Block, a more frequent show. Also, is it necessary to have 1,000 subs before you stream on YouTube? If not, I'm moving my show from Twitch to here. There's some requirement for streaming, but it's been so long.
Yeah, I don't know what the requirement is to be able to have that shit access. It's hard to say, man.
Yeah. Look, I will say this, though. Like, if you have an audience on Twitch, you might be better off using clips on YouTube to symbiotically grow your Twitch rather than trying to move platforms. it's a personal choice. I don't know, but Twitch, I think, monetizes better per viewer than YouTube does. In all honesty, that's what I've heard from other people who have made the switch. So don't know. Girl Called Gray Webcomic says, question for Ripa. How would you feel about hosting indie comics under the umbrella of the Ripaverse? It would supply you a wealth of material you'd gatekeep and pay creators with exposure like webtoons.
Well, I mean, I'm not really in the yeah, we have our own publishing company per se, but I'm not necessarily in the interest of, at least not yet, not initially, really maybe ever, of that approach, just because, like, you got to understand the whole appeal to what we're doing with our shit is all of these characters exist within, though they might not know each other. Hell, most of them may never come across each other. It's still existing in the same plane, in the same world. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that model makes sense for what it is that we're trying to do.
Yeah, because then you get into really really weird things where you have to like police the canon of the universe. You have to make sure everything's complying with other potential timelines and storylines. It gets tough.
Yeah, it gets muddy if someone else is bringing their shit on, or like, that could get a little messy.
Joel Reese says, Ripa makes any stream great. Oh, hi, Nick. Yeah, I'm glad he's here. Bad Dragonite, can't forget Ancient One race swap to appease China.
Oh, yeah, I went from a Tibet monk to, yeah, that's true. I did do that.
Mandy Karavichus says, marriage is like a deck of cards. It begins with a heart and a diamond, but ends with a club and a spade. Stupid Monkey says, search Google for New York Jaded on SoundCloud. 0 Hour Discussions with JM Cruz says, Nick, big fan for 2 years now. To Eric, hashtag my man, rip Sean Connery, and good luck to the Ripaverse. Mind if I both send you email inquiries, LGB, FJB. Look, you can send me an email. I will not promise to ever read the email or respond, but you can send it to me and I will do my best. But I'm bad at responding to emails. The end is near. Beware, says Eric as Ice T. Says, I got news for you. It means you're gay.
It means you're gay.
Love that fucking clip. Next says Gordo Fabulous. The pitcher's hitting provides the random element in baseball that can make a difference over the course of a 162 game season. Designated hitters make the game bland. Horror Amarada says, always great to see Ripa. Even better to see both of. I know I'm the millionth person to say it, but it's true. Blaze DMP. Hey, Nick, it's been a while since I've actually been able to catch you live, but have you seen the lawsuit against the Dallas Cowboys owner, Jerry Jones? Not really. Not really. What I did see, though, was that the case against Deshaun Watson, the criminal case, has been dismissed. The grand jury failed to return an indictment on Deshaun Watson, which I'm going to probably have a video going up this weekend about it. Pretty crazy. No, I've heard about the Jerry Jones lawsuit, but I don't know anything about it. Zalashi says, don't tell Ripa, but Sean Connery is dead.
Yeah.
11 Bravo Crunchy says in Richard's voice, come on, boy, get your grifty snack. Good boy. Good morning, Nick. Diesel 2 is at $4.99 a gallon in central Wisconsin now. $500 to fill up on Thursday. I can't afford to put gas in my personal vehicle. It's an 03 V10 Excursion. It's getting real, man. Someone said in somewhere in California, it was $9 a gallon for unleaded fucking gas. Can you imagine that shit?
That is unbelievable.
New dislike button says, Ripa, Batman is my #1 character of all time, but I'm not a big comic reader. Can I get a Batman comic recommendation to check out to get me started?
I'd recognize not giving DC any money. I'll also say that it's been decent runs. I mean, you can't go wrong with really any of the Detective Comics sort of run. But if you're looking for something more recent, the Rebirth era before Tom King turned into a fucking retard, is pretty solid. Detective Comics during that era was some of the better Detective Comic work you're gonna read, with the Spoiler, Orphan. Who else was part of that team? Clayface was even part of that team, and it's really good work. But if you can avoid getting the like omnibuses or all of that stuff, getting it straight from DC, avoid it. Go to the local comic book shop and get a get whatever. Get like some back issues and call it a day.
Yeah, go find one of those comic shops that resells old issues that people like, their comic pawn shop. There's a fun one like Feed Your Imagination down in Tampa area that I go to when I'm down in that area. And I like supporting shops like that. They're cool. Sir Murhouse says, Ripa, are you Hoppa pilled?
I mean, do I like Hans Summer Hopper? If that's what you're asking me, yes.
Gundam Touch Me, the Femboy Glow in the Dark says, Nick, will you ever release an anime figure? I have an unused jar that needs an occupant, and a long nose figure like you would fit real well in it. Oh, yeah, sure. Do I need an umbrella? 11 Bravo Crunchy, do you think Juicy is requesting additional shower privileges yet? Oh, fuck off. Root Beer Buzz says, Yellow Flash is a B word. He only wants to drink wine and not whiskey to not get drunk. Crying drunk Yellow Flash is amazing and brings me to a side tier. Make Flash cry again. Make it happen, Nick. I'll try. Daniel Erler says, Eric, you should check out the band Orbit Culture. Almond John 1 says, Rippa, were you ever a WWF Attitude Era fan?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Almond John 1 says, for white people, how about raw chicken meat skin? Gross. Nick's Hex says, the best Super Nintendo soundtrack is Super Metroid. On that note, watch a boomer learn to speedrun Super Metroid on Twitch at Nix_Hex. That's NIX_HEX. Just a few last ones over here on Rumble and Odyssey. Rumble username stuck. Furry should all be turned into rugs, but furry artists often draw and take just draw the shit and take money from degenerates like a certain YouTube lawyer in his chat. Bonitis does that. Bonitis, I like that guy. Rumble username sucks is not sure if making furries poorer outweighs drawing degenerate diaper vor cub scat porn though. Ugh. SC Medic says, I do a lot of recording streaming of classes from my home office. Something to be said for working pants optional. Rumble username sucks says, prenup on paper, unbreaded. Lieutenant Hobbit, I'm with Ripa with his vision for his comics and company. I had the same idea for at least 5+ years. Makes perfect sense to me. I'm just a lazy sack of shit. All the success to Ripa.
Appreciate that, man.
And then finally, El Gonzo says, the best is when you churn out so much garbage, you get diamonds in the rough. And that's what I try to do every single day.
Yeah.
Churn out garbage. Well, hey, man, that's all the super chats. Thank you for hanging out for so fucking long tonight.
Oh, of course, man. I took a fucking nap earlier, so shit, I'm good. I don't know what's up with this damn camera, man. But yeah, I'm good, man. So I appreciate you having me on. This was certainly fun.
Yeah, man. And we'll have to do it again sometime.
Anytime you need, man.
Other than that, what are you up to? Are you going to go stream or anything?
Not tonight. Tomorrow or later today, I guess, technically, maybe. I will. There's a bunch of stuff that I need to get prepared for, that I know my developers need to get prepared or need me to prepare for them that I'll be working on for the upcoming website for the comic book stuff. So I'll be working on that. Of course, we do every Sunday. We do our Mario Kart stream. So we'll be doing those going into Sunday. But tomorrow I'm probably going to be chilling out.
Very cool. And people can find you at Young Ripa 59 on YouTube, of course, if you didn't know already. I mean, come on now. And his link is in the chat or in the description. You just click on his name, take you right to his page, hit that subscribe button, watch some videos, get some knowledge and education and entertainment. To everybody out there, I'm going to be on playing some Elden Ring for like an hour tonight. It's pretty late, but I'll play a little bit. And then we'll see y'all soon. Eric, my man, thank you so much. I'm going to play the outro, and we'll talk soon, buddy.
All right, man. Appreciate you having me, homie.
Of course. Have a good one.
Yeah,
Peace, guys. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of love broke. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter. Let's be here, Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who's